What's up, everybody? This is Jason, and you're listening to the Unsung Podcast. This is part 10 of American Guerrillas, an ongoing series covering Bleeding Kansas and the Kansas-Missouri border war. Go back and listen to the previous ones if you haven't already. This one will make a lot more sense if you do. If you enjoy this series, please consider becoming a paid subscriber on Substack for $5 a month or $50 a year. There are several bonus episodes up there right now for paid subscribers only, so you'll get access to those. If you'd like to support me but would rather make a one-time donation, you can do that through PayPal or Venmo. I appreciate those too, but since it's not through Substack, you won't get access to the bonus episodes that way. Links for all of that are in the show notes. I'm going to strongly advise listener discretion for this episode in particular. This episode deals with the culmination, the real apotheosis of the guerrilla war in Missouri, and as such, it has some material that is more extreme than pretty much anything that's come before. Before we get started, I'm going to read you a passage from Cormac McCarthy's book, Blood Meridian. This book is a work of fiction, and its setting is a different time and place from the one this series is about, but it'll become obvious later why I'm reading this now. Call it a mood setter for this episode. To give you the bare minimum of context, at this point in the book, it's the 1840s, and we're following a company of American filibusters crossing into northern Mexico. And I'll warn you again, don't listen to this with your kids in the room. Quote, "A legion of horribles, hundreds in number, half naked or clad in costumes Attic or biblical, or wardrobed out of a fevered dream with the skins of animals and silk finery and pieces of uniform still tracked with the blood of prior owners, coats of slain dragoons, frogged and braided cavalry jackets, one in a stovepipe hat and one with an umbrella, and one in white stockings and a blood-stained wedding veil, and some in headgear of crane feathers or rawhide helmets that bore the horns of bull or buffalo, and one in a pigeon-tailed coat worn backwards and otherwise naked, and one in the armor of a Spanish conquistador, the breastplate and pauldrons deeply dented with old blows of mace or saber done in another country by men whose very bones were dust, and many with their braids spliced up with the hair of other beasts, until they trailed upon the ground, and their horses' ears and tails worked with bits of brightly colored cloth, and one whose horse's whole head was painted crimson red, and all the horsemen's faces gaudy and grotesque with daubings like a company of mounted clowns, death hilarious, all howling in a barbarous tongue and riding down upon them like a horde from a hell more horrible yet than the brimstone land of Christian reckoning, screeching and yammering and clothed in smoke like those vaporous beings in regions beyond right knowing, where the eye wanders and the lip jerks and drools." "Oh my God," said the sergeant. A rattling drove of arrows passed through the company, and men tottered and dropped from their mounts. Horses were rearing and plunging, and the Mongol hordes swung up along their flanks and turned and rode full upon them with lances. The company was now come to a halt, and the first shots were fired, and the gray rifle smoke rolled through the dust as the lancers breached their ranks. The kid's horse sank beneath him with a long pneumatic sigh. He had already fired his rifle, and now he sat on the ground and fumbled with his shot pouch. A man near him sat with an arrow hanging out of his neck. He was bent slightly as if in prayer. The kid would have reached for the bloody hoop-iron point, but then he saw that the man wore another arrow in his breast to the fletching, and he was dead. Everywhere there were horses down and men scrambling, and he saw a man who sat charging his rifle while blood ran from his ears, and he saw men with their revolvers disassembled trying to fit the spare loaded cylinders they carried, and he saw men kneeling who tilted and clasped their shadows on the ground, and he saw men lanced and caught up by the hair and scalped standing, and he saw the horses of war trample down the fallen, and a little white-faced pony with one clouded eye leaned out of the murk and snapped at him like a dog and was gone. Among the wounded, some seemed dumb and without understanding, and some were pale through the masks of dust, and some had fouled themselves or tottered brokenly onto the spears of the savages. Now driving in a wild freeze of headlong horses with eyes walled and teeth cropped, and naked riders with clusters of arrows clenched in their jaws, and their shields winking in the dust, and up the far side of the ruined ranks and a piping of bone flutes, and dropping down off the sides of their mounts with one heel hung in the withers strap, and their short bows flexing beneath the outstretched necks of the ponies, until they had circled the company and cut their ranks in two, and then rising up again like funhouse figures, some with nightmare faces painted on their breasts, riding down the unhorsed Saxons and spearing and clubbing them, and leaping from their mounts with knives and running about on the ground with a peculiar bandy-legged trot like creatures driven to alien forms of locomotion, and stripping the clothes from the dead, and seizing them up by the hair, and passing their blades about the skulls of the living and the dead alike, and snatching aloft the bloody wigs, and hacking and chopping at the naked bodies, ripping off limbs, heads, gutting the strange white torsos, and holding up great handfuls of viscera, genitals, some of the savages so slathered up with gore they might have rolled in it like dogs, and some who fell upon the dying and sodomized them with loud cries to their fellows. And now the horses of the dead came pounding out of the smoke and dust, and circled with flapping leather and wild manes and eyes whited with fear like the eyes of the blind, and some were feathered with arrows, and some lanced through and stumbling and vomiting blood as they wheeled across the killing ground and clattered from sight again. Dust stanched the wet and naked heads of the scalped, who, with the fringe of hair below their wounds and tonsured to the bone, now lay like maimed and naked monks in the blood-slaked dust, and everywhere the dying groaned and gibbered, and horses lay screaming. End quote. Now again, Blood Meridian is a work of fiction, but that's a pretty authentic depiction of Comanches. Turns out that when frontier settlers in the Old West described Indians as savages, that wasn't just racism, it was true, at least for certain tribes. And the Comanche were about the most savage of the savages. And the reason I read that now is because, well, the subject matter of this episode reminded me of it, which should give you a pretty good idea of what's coming. This is going to be the darkest stuff we've talked about in this whole series, with only the singular possible exception of Nat Turner's rebellion. So strap yourself in. This is American Guerrillas, Part 10. Let's go.
Well, you're gonna pull those pistols or whistle Dixie. I get to liking someone, they ain't around long.
I notice when you get to disliking someone, they ain't around for long either.
Pretty sure we have time to bury them fellas.
Hell with them fellas. Buzzards gotta eat, same as worms.
On June 28th, 1860, a woman was struck by lightning and killed near the settlement of Council Grove, Kansas Territory. Her name was Martha Anderson. I would never claim to know for sure the spiritual significance of events in the physical world, but I think in light of later events, you might be excused if you suggested that maybe this lightning strike was divine judgment on Martha for the son she brought into the world. You already know her son's name. It was William, but you know him as Bloody Bill. Martha had come to Kansas Territory from Huntsville, Missouri in 1855 with her husband, William Anderson Sr., and 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls, of which the future Bloody Bill was the oldest at 16. We already know what happened to the girls in Kansas City in 1863. The second brother, Ellis, apparently got into some trouble and shot and killed an Indian sometime before the war, after which he fled to Iowa and out of this story. The major players in this story would go on to be, of course, Bill and the third brother, Jim. As we know, there was a lot going on in Kansas Territory in the late 1850s, but the Andersons mostly stayed out of all the political trouble. They were Missourians and nominally pro-slavery, living around the mostly free state settlement of Council Grove, but by all accounts, they got along well with their neighbors. A lot of that was owing to the fact that Council Grove was out on the western frontier of the territory by the standards of the 1850s. It was about 50 miles southwest of Topeka, or about 70 miles west-southwest of Lawrence. It was far enough out there that it never really got caught up in the troubles of 1856, and was even further from the violence in 1857 and onward as the Free Staters and Jayhawkers pushed pro-slavery settlers back into Missouri. Out here, the much bigger concern was Indians, as Ellis Anderson could have told you. The other biggest concern as of 1860 was drought. When that got started, a lot of people were struggling in the territory, and the Andersons were no different. After the death of their mother that year in one of the most freak accident ways you could think of, Bill and Jim, like many other young men in Kansas, turned to jayhawking and horse stealing as a way to make a living. Like Quantrill, Anderson played both sides of the border for a little while early on in the war, when the battle lines in Missouri were at their blurriest. The Anderson boys didn't become full-time bushwhackers until around the summer of 1862, and when they did, their entry on the scene was about as spectacular as Quantrill's had been. It involved a man by the name of Arthur Ingram Baker. Baker had founded the settlement of Agnes City, named after his mother, about 10 miles east of Council Grove. He was a wealthy farmer and rancher by Kansas standards, and a political and financial backer of Jim Lane. Agnes City was hit hard by the drought and corresponding economic depression, just like everywhere else in Kansas. Baker's fortunes fell, and he suffered another hit when his wife died in March 1861, leaving him a struggling widower at 37 with a young daughter. He had to make a living somehow, and he decided he'd try his hand at jayhawking. He found some young men in the area who were up for going with him, a group which included, of course, the Anderson brothers. Baker's first and only attempt at jayhawking was a disaster. This was late 1861, the war was already on by then, and the band happened across a Union patrol which mistook them for Missouri bushwhackers and attacked. In the ensuing fight, one man was killed, Baker was captured, and everybody else scattered and escaped, including the Andersons. Baker was imprisoned at Fort Scott, but was later released in March 1862, owing in no small part to the influence of his friend Jim Lane. After his release, Baker came back to Agnes City and started looking for a new wife to keep his household and help care for his young daughter. The first woman who caught his eye was Bill Anderson's 15-year-old sister, Mary Ellen. He started making frequent visits to the Anderson house to call on Mary Ellen, and Bill Sr., along with the rest of the family, became convinced he would marry her soon. But seemingly at the last minute, he changed his mind. It's not exactly certain why Baker decided not to marry Mary Ellen, but it seems likely it was for political reasons. Although the Andersons had always gotten along well with their neighbors, they were known to be Missourian immigrants and also at least nominally pro-slavery, which in the climate of Kansas in 1862 could bring about quite a lot of suspicion. A marriage to a member of that family could be a bad look for a guy like Baker, a guy with political and business interests who had been imprisoned under suspicion of being a secessionist bushwhacker and was now trying to convince people he was as pro-union and anti-slavery as they came. But whatever the reason, Baker stopped seeing Mary Ellen and immediately became engaged to Annis Seeger, a 17-year-old schoolteacher and daughter of another local farmer, Ira Seeger. As far as Bill Anderson Sr. was concerned, that was a horrible insult to the whole family. To make matters worse, a man named Lee Griffin, cousin and jayhawking associate of the Andersons, had recently stolen some horses from Seeger, and Baker got together a posse to go after the horses and arrest Griffin. They recovered the horses but couldn't catch Griffin, but Griffin remained a wanted man. This whole situation had the makings of a classic family blood feud. On May 11, 1862, Bill Anderson Sr. rode to Baker's place with both of his sons and told Baker to withdraw his horse-stealing accusation against Griffin or he was a dead man. Baker refused, and the Andersons went home to await their opportunity to strike. In their book, Bloody Bill Anderson, The Short Savage Life of a Civil War Guerrilla, Albert Castell and Thomas Goodrich write, quote, William Anderson Sr. decided not to wait long. The next morning, having primed himself with whiskey, he grabbed a double-barreled shotgun and rode to Baker's house, where he yelled at him to come outside. When, for obvious reasons, his quarry stayed put, Anderson stormed into the house and, ascertaining that Baker was in a bedroom on the second floor, started up the stairs. Baker stepped out of the bedroom onto the landing and let loose with his own shotgun. Anderson tumbled back down the stairs, a bubbling red hole in his chest. Whether or not Baker was aware that Anderson, prior to entering the house, had stopped off at Baker's store for another slug of whiskey and that a close friend of Baker's, to be precise, Eli Sewell, Bill Anderson's former employer, had removed the caps from his shotgun, rendering it harmless, is unknown. Bill and Jim made no immediate attempt to avenge their father. Incredible as it may seem, according to some sources, Bill even made up with Baker. But if so, then Baker did not trust him, and suspected, with good cause, that the Andersons were merely biding their time. Therefore, he obtained a warrant for Bill's arrest on charges of horse stealing, presumably hoping that this would lead to his getting short shrift and a long rope, the fate that had befallen the Mexican found with one of Seeger's horses. A posse led by Charles Strebe, whom Bill had tried to recruit for bushwhacking in Missouri, soon located and arrested Bill, then took him before a justice of the peace. But instead of a quick guilty verdict and a legalized lynching, the official, no doubt to Baker's dismay, released Bill on bond. That night, Bill and Jim headed for Missouri in safety. 3 weeks later, a stranger with a wagon and team showed up at the Anderson homestead and took Mary Ellen, Josephine, and Janie to Missouri as well. They left behind the graves of their mother and father, and possibly that of their infant brother, Charles. End quote. The strife between Baker and the Andersons had now definitely reached blood feud status. Bill and Jim, now about 22 and 19 years old respectively, were about to show that they were not the kind of men to be insulted and left alive. They took up bushwhacking full-time in Missouri, but in July, they came back to Agnes City to deal with Baker. Castell and Goodrich continue. Quote, Bill and Jim Anderson stood in the shadows beside Baker's store on the night of July 3, 1862. They intended to kill Baker, and to do it in such a way that before he died, he would wish that he had never been born. A stranger and at least 2 other men, one of whom was Lee Griffin, accompanied the Anderson brothers. The stranger went to Baker's house, telling him that he was the boss of a wagon train and wanted to buy whiskey for his teamsters so that they could celebrate the 4th of July in proper style. Baker should have been on his guard. In fact, he was on guard, having heard that the Andersons were lurking in the vicinity, and he had therefore taken the precaution of placing extra cartridges on the sills of every window in his stone house. Nevertheless, he responded to the stranger's request by saying that he would go to the store and get the desired whiskey. Strapping a brace of pistols around his waist, Baker set out for the store, followed by the stranger and George Seeger, the 16-year-old brother of Baker's new wife, whom he had married 2 days after killing William Anderson Sr. On reaching the store, Baker unlocked the door and went inside with the stranger and young Seeger. While the latter lit a lamp, Baker offered the stranger a drink of whiskey, but then saw that the bottle was empty. Taking the lamp, he pulled up a trap door and descended stairs leading to a cellar, where he refilled the whiskey bottle from a barrel. As he closed the gurgling tap, he turned around and saw Bill and Jim Anderson. "I was not expecting to see you here now, Bill," Baker muttered. "But you do see me, Ingram Baker," Bill replied, "and I'm the last man you will ever see, goddamn your soul." Faced with death, Baker did not blink. He whipped out a pistol and fired, striking Jim Anderson in the fleshy part of a thigh. Even as Baker pulled the trigger, Bill Anderson's revolver roared, and a bullet left Baker moaning on the cellar floor. Bill and Jim then went back up the stairs, shot and wounded young Seeger, and dumped him down into the cellar with Baker. Next, they closed the trap door, piled boxes and barrels atop it, and set them afire. For a while they watched, their faces glowing crimson in the light of the crackling, leaping flames. When sure that Baker and the boy were doomed, they left the now burning store and proceeded to torch Baker's house, from which his wife and several other occupants had fled on hearing the gunshots and seeing the store burn. After setting fire to Baker's barn for good measure, the Andersons and their companions rode rapidly through the night back toward Missouri, stopping at each station to obtain fresh mounts, thereby easily outdistancing a pursuing posse led by Charles Strebe. As the sun began to rise, they reached Missouri, their mission of retribution accomplished. In the morning, the men searching the smoldering remnants of Baker's store found his body in the cellar. The head, arms, and legs had been reduced to ashes, yet flames had not killed him. Instead, he had shot himself in the head so as to avoid being burned alive. Young Seeger, by crawling through a small window, had managed to escape from the cellar, but not from death. That afternoon, he died after telling the tale, between gasps of pain, of how Bill Anderson, assisted by brother Jim, had claimed his first victims. They would be far from his last. End quote. So that was Bloody Bill Anderson before he became Bloody Bill. Before any no-quarter bushwhacking fights, before his sisters were crushed by a building, before Lawrence. Over the past couple of episodes, I've used the word psychopath several times to describe Anderson. I mean that colloquially, of course. I'm not a psychologist or anything, but it's incidents like this killing of Arthur Ingram Baker that lead me in the direction of describing him that way. It's not exactly the killing itself that, to me, warrants the label, though. Because I think to some extent you have to look at a thing like this through the lens of honor culture. The Anderson family had roots going back to Kentucky and Virginia, and more generally Appalachia. They had Scots-Irish roots, like many people in Missouri before the war. The Scots-Irish were the broader ethnic group who had settled Appalachia in the 17th and 18th centuries, and without going down too much of a rabbit hole about that, they could be described in many ways as an honor culture. These were frontier people in America, among the first colonists to venture into the interior of the continent, and judging from that, you can imagine that they were tough and hardy people. Being out on the frontier at that time meant that communities had to be pretty self-sufficient. They couldn't always rely on colonial and later American governmental authority structures to take care of business for them. A lot of them probably didn't want the state taking care of things for them anyway. That's why they were on the frontier. In a culture like this, reputation was everything. And so when Baker jilted Mary Ellen Anderson, the problem wasn't that it made Mary Ellen sad. In the world of William Anderson Sr., that was an inexcusable insult to the whole family. Throw in the accusation against the cousin Lee Griffin, and like I said before, you had the makings of a blood feud. Remember, it was this same Scots-Irish culture that produced the infamous Hatfield-McCoy feud that lasted almost 30 years, starting in 1863. Then it became an actual blood feud when William Anderson Sr. tried to kill Baker and instead got killed himself, which only threw more fuel on the fire for his sons. So the point is, Bill and Jim Anderson had plenty of reason to hold a grudge against Baker, the man who jilted their sister and killed their father. Rightly or wrongly, in their world, that could absolutely be seen as something worth killing a man over. And although I may not exactly approve of revenge killing from my vantage point, I can absolutely understand why the Anderson boys would want to do it in this case. But even accounting for all that, there's a certain theme that I think is illustrated by this killing, which will continue to show up with Bloody Bill Anderson throughout the Missouri Guerrilla War. And that is that Anderson will often just take things a step or two beyond what seems reasonable. If I could go back in time and talk to him, I might say something like, "You know, Bill, I completely understand why you'd want to kill Baker. But couldn't you have just shot him a couple more times? I mean, he was right there in front of you, point-blank range, already wounded, plus you had your brother with you. Did you really have to burn him alive? Or try to burn him alive, as it turned out. And what about his brother-in-law, George Seeger? I mean, I get that he was on the enemy team in this developing blood feud, but he had nothing to do with the killing of your father. He really just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time when you went after Baker. And besides, he was only 16 years old. And even if you did decide you had to kill him for whatever reason, maybe you were worried about him holding a grudge and possibly coming after you at some point, again, couldn't you have just shot him too? If burning alive seems like pretty serious overkill for Baker, that goes double for George Seeger. I don't know what Anderson would say to that, but the point is, this will become a theme with him. He'll end up in a situation where you can absolutely understand why he'd be angry and want to take revenge on somebody, but then he'll just go another step or two beyond simple revenge, to the point where you maybe start to get the sense that he's actually enjoying this. You never get that sense from a guy like Quantrill, or Bill Gregg, or John McCorkle, or even George Todd, to be honest. As much as I despise John Brown, even with him, I never really get the sense that he was actually enjoying the act of killing. He was an insane bastard in a lot of ways, but for him, you always get the sense that killing is more of a means to an end, something he had to do to fulfill what he saw as his divinely ordained destiny. Anderson had no such religious or ideological commitments, as can be seen by his actions early in the war. He wasn't very distinguished early on, just another bushwhacker leading a small gang which included his brother and Lee Griffin, although Griffin was killed sometime in late 1862 or early 1863. He became well known enough to show up on Quantrill's radar, though, and not for very favorable reasons. It seems the Andersons were not very discriminating in who they chose to raid. They went after Unionists and secessionists alike. Quantrill got wind of this, sent a detachment to find the Andersons and told them to knock it off and only raid Unionists from here on out, or else Quantrill would kill him himself. Quantrill was already established as the biggest and baddest bushwhacker captain in Missouri by that time, and he was probably the only man who could have gotten away with making a threat like that to Anderson, but we already know that Anderson wasn't the kind of man to let an insult slide or let go of a grudge, so this also goes a long way to explain the later enmity between these two in Texas. As far as Anderson was concerned, Quantrill had got off on the wrong foot with him right from the start. But the Andersons do seem to have shaped up and stopped going after Confederate sympathizers, and they were on good enough terms to be involved in some of the larger bushwhacker operations in 1863. Both Bill and Jim participated in Dick Yeager's raid on their old neighborhood around Council Grove, and by the time they joined Quantrill for the Lawrence Massacre, their gang had grown to a fairly large size of some 30 to 40 men. The month before the Lawrence raid, Anderson's name had made it into federal military reports for the first time after his gang shot up a German settlement near Lexington. Castell and Goodrich write that they killed at least 5 people and wounded 9 more, and that one of the dead was a girl. As I said in the last episode, it was rare for either side to directly harm women throughout the war, but then Anderson was exceptional in a lot of ways. At some point around this time, Anderson's future top lieutenant, Archie Clements, joined the gang. I called him Archie Clement in the last episode, Clement without the S, but I've seen it both ways in different sources. Anyway, Castell and Goodrich introduced Clements like this, quote, "Only 18 in 1863, and from near Kingsville in Johnson County, where Union militia had burned his home and killed his brother, Clements was called Little Archie because of his diminutive stature, barely 5 feet. But what he lacked in size, he more than made up for in ferocity. None of the bushwhackers had compunctions about killing enemies. It went with being a bushwhacker and was simply a matter of doing unto others what they would do unto you. Little Archie, though, liked to kill, and to kill just for the sake of killing. After a while, not even that contented him, so he started working his victims over with a knife, sometimes after they were dead, sometimes while they still lived. He enjoyed that, too." End quote. Now, in the last episode, we already covered most of what's known about Anderson's career up through the spring of 1864. There's just not that much known about him from early in the war. But as I said last time, he would take center stage in the summer and fall of 1864, after Quantrill's fall from grace. In the fall, he would cross paths with another character from early in the war who's been out of the story for a while, General Sterling Price. So let's back up a bit and catch up on where Price has been since crossing the Mississippi after the defeat at Elkhorn Tavern. Price continued operating under Van Dorn in Mississippi and took part in 2 significant battles there in 1862, one at Iuka and the other at Corinth. I'm not going to talk about these battles in detail, but they were both defeats, and the Confederate hold over northern Mississippi was slipping in advance of Grant's final campaign against Vicksburg. The only other thing I'll say about Corinth is that the Confederates had abandoned it early in the year, leaving it to be occupied by Union forces, and the Battle of Corinth on October 3rd and 4th was their attempt to retake it, which failed, although not without a valiant effort. In his book General Sterling Price and the Civil War in the West, Albert Castell sums up the failure like this, quote, "In the final analysis, the fundamental reason for the Southern defeat was an inadequacy of manpower and resources which not even the magnificent bravery of Price's soldiers could overcome. Rosecrans alone outnumbered Van Dorn, and Grant overall possessed at least a 2-to-1 superiority. To have had a better-than-even chance of capturing Corinth, Van Dorn's army should have been twice as large as it was. Indeed, what with the odds against them, the surprising thing is not that the Confederates were defeated, but that they came so close to victory. "We gave you," said a wounded Southern prisoner to Rosecrans after the battle, "the best we had in the ranch." That best was very good, but it simply was not enough. End quote. That could sum up the whole Confederate war effort right there, couldn't it? As for Price's soldiers, remember, they consisted of a contingent of Missouri Home Guards who'd been absorbed into the regular Confederate Army and sent east across the Mississippi, and they very much didn't want to be there, not while their own home state was still under occupation by Federals. Despite Price's best efforts to convince the Confederate High Command to send them back west, they would not cross the Mississippi again for the rest of the war. The fact was that the Western Theater, that is, the space between the Mississippi and the Appalachians, was just far more important to the Confederacy than the Trans-Mississippi. And the Western Theater commanders couldn't spare a single man, with Grant breathing down their neck threatening Vicksburg, and later with Sherman threatening Atlanta and the rest of Georgia. The campaigns from 1862 onwards decimated these Missouri regiments. Price had brought about 8,000 of them across the river, and after Corinth, already more than half of those had been killed or wounded. It's hard to put an exact number on this, but probably at most a quarter of them ever made it back home to Missouri at all. But despite that, Castell says they conducted themselves spectacularly throughout all their campaigns. He writes, quote, "They fought at Vicksburg and became prisoners with its fall. Exchanged, they served in the Atlanta campaign. Then under Hood, they marched into Tennessee, where at Franklin they were decimated, and in April 1865, the last remnant, 400 men, were overwhelmed and captured in a hopeless defense of Mobile. They were undoubtedly one of the elite units of the Confederate Army, fighting with consistent gallantry from the banks of the Missouri River to the coast of the Gulf of Mexico." End quote. As you may have guessed, though, Price himself would not fight with his men in all those campaigns. I've already told you that he crossed paths with Anderson later in the war, so it's worth a look at how it came about that he returned to Missouri without his men. By the way, Earl Van Dorn would be killed in Tennessee on May 7, 1863, not in battle, but in a murder. He was killed by the husband of a woman he was apparently having an affair with. I'm actually not sure if it's confirmed that he was in fact having an affair with this woman or if the husband just wrongly suspected him of it, but either way, he was killed. Throughout his time east of the Mississippi, Price had been pestering the Confederate High Command to send him and his boys back west to fight for their home state. But, of course, that didn't work out. He made 2 separate trips to Richmond as part of his efforts, one in late 1862 and another in early 1863. Price was beloved by the men under his command, but as a result of these 2 Richmond trips and his generally being a bit of a thorn in Jefferson Davis's side, he ended up not well liked at all by most of the Confederate higher-ups. And I don't know a whole lot about the details of the politics here, but I think this is a dispute that you can kind of see both sides of. It's a matter of conflicting interests. Of course, Davis and the other government and military officials involved in Richmond were primarily concerned with the interests of the Confederacy. It didn't make a difference to them who was fighting where as long as they were doing their job, and with Price's Missourians gaining a reputation as some of the best units in the Army of the West, the Western Theater commanders weren't about to part with them if they could help it. And like I said before, Vicksburg and later Atlanta were far more important to the Confederacy than anything happening in the Trans-Mississippi. That was the point of view of Davis, the Confederate government, and the Western Theater commanders. From Price's point of view, though, you can also understand why he and his men would be frustrated with this. These men had originally been Missouri Home Guards who signed up to protect their own homes in Missouri, and they'd been recruited into the regular Confederate Army on the assurance that they wouldn't be required to fight anywhere other than Missouri. That agreement was reneged on, and they wanted to go back. And as another point of concern, there were implications to the fact that Missouri was under federal military occupation. Up until Gettysburg and Vicksburg, to a lot of people, the war seemed to be going pretty well for the Confederacy, especially back east in Virginia. Even after that big turning point, it wasn't entirely over yet. People forget how big of a deal the 1864 presidential election was. Union war weariness was growing as a result of the brutal slugfest that was Grant's Overland campaign, and if Lincoln had lost that election and McClellan had become the next president instead, well, there might be some chances for peace talks that could, in some circumstances, possibly include Confederate independence. Of course, Lincoln won the election handily in the end, but the point is that an ending like that might not be very good at all for Confederate Missourians. Their state had been pretty solidly under Union control since Elkhorn Tavern, and if such a peace settlement were reached, the Confederacy probably wouldn't have the bargaining power to get a concession like the whole state of Missouri, not unless they could actually take it back militarily before then. So Price and his Missourians didn't want to see a peace settlement that would leave their state in the Union. They wanted to be able to bring it over to the Confederacy in that case, and for that reason, Price was eager to get back across the Mississippi and go on the offensive again. And of course, Davis had to have been thinking, it's not going to matter at all if we just get crushed and have to surrender unconditionally. So this whole thing can be summed up by saying Davis was mainly concerned with the Confederacy and Price was mainly concerned with Missouri. There's another little piece of this that's pretty wild. It's a rabbit hole I haven't gone down, but it sounds fascinating. I have read quite a lot of books on the Civil War by now, and I had never even heard of this until I read Albert Castell's biography of Price. Apparently, there was a secret organization during the war called the Order of American Knights, which claimed as its goal the establishment of what they called a Northwest Confederacy. This would consist of the northwestern states, namely Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa, and would detach itself from the Union and ally with the Southern Confederacy. Now, according to Castell, the consensus among historians on this is that it was kind of a sham. It never really got off the ground and was never a realistic threat. But the reason I mention it at all is because, number one, there's a wild alternate history scenario to play with. How about a three-way civil war? Number two, it kind of harkens back to the Bleeding Kansas days when the Northeastern radicals and the Northwestern moderates struggled internally for political control of the Free State movement. Those two groups didn't always get along with each other that well, so it kind of makes some sense that they would split. And number three, Price himself may have been involved in this movement. The facts are pretty slim on both the organization itself and Price's involvement with it, but it seems at the bare minimum that there was in fact a secret organization called the Order of American Knights, and that they looked at Price as the prospective military leader for this hypothetical Northwest Confederacy. But even the goal of the organization isn't certain. For one, Thomas Reynolds, now provisional governor in exile of Confederate Missouri since Claiborne Jackson had died of pneumonia in December 1862, thought that their goal was not to separate the Northwest from the Union, but to find a peace agreement which would reconstitute the Union on a pro-slavery basis. Since the Confederacy's main war aim was independence from the United States, that was not going to sit well with the Confederate government. As a result, Reynolds, who came down squarely on the side of Davis in the Davis-Price dispute, took steps behind the scenes to limit any potential damage Price might do to the Confederate cause through his involvement with the Knights. But Price may have had his own reasons for working with the Knights, which had little, if anything, to do with the possibility of a Northwest Confederacy. And in fact, Castell argues that this is the most likely possibility. Because remember what we were saying about a possible peace agreement that would leave Missouri in the Union. Price didn't want that, and he figured that if the Confederacy could take the state back by military force, Missouri would be more likely to come over to the Confederacy if any peace deal were struck. Ever since he'd been forced to retreat from Lexington, Price had dreamed of mounting a new offensive to take back his home state, which is, of course, why he'd been pestering the Confederate government so much to send him back west. In the spring of 1863, he finally reached a compromise with Davis and the government, which allowed him to go back to the Trans-Mississippi, but like I said before, kept his Missourians east of the Mississippi. He crossed the river on March 18th, and on April 1st he took command of 2 brigades, one from Arkansas and one from Missouri. he'd be acting under the command of Theophilus Holmes, commanding the District of Arkansas, and Kirby Smith commanding the Trans-Mississippi Department. The Army was in a sorry state after its defeat at Prairie Grove, and this, along with Holmes' poor performance as a department commander, had led to a shakeup in the command structure. I'll read from Castell on this. He writes, quote, Holmes, while in command of the Trans-Mississippi, had lost the confidence and respect of civilians and soldiers alike. Although an experienced professional and possessed of many estimable personal qualities, he was elderly, ailing, half-deaf, weak-willed, vacillating, and devoid of energy. Newspapers called him an old fogey. His troops referred to him as Granny Holmes, and in the opinion of several medical men, he suffered from softening of the brain and was in his dotage. Yet, despite the public scorn of which he must have been aware, and even despite the fact that he vaguely sensed his own inadequacy, he persisted in remaining on active service and a top command. And Davis, out of friendship and regard for Holmes's devotion to the Southern cause, ignored the well-founded complaints against him and the pleas that he be removed. Holmes's successor, pious and bespectacled Kirby Smith, was 39, West Point trained, and had performed well both in Virginia and Kentucky. Although disposed to be somewhat self-righteous, he was brave, hard-working, and, if not brilliant, definitely competent. From the first, he realized that his post offered little prospect of glory and that his primary task would be administration. The Trans-Mississippi, huge in area and already practically severed from the rest of the South, was as much a semi-autonomous nation as it was a military theater, and its problems as much financial and political as strategic. Accordingly, it was necessary for him, greatly against his personal inclinations, to leave the actual conduct of operations in the field to the district commanders, exercising himself as a rule only a general supervision. The sending of Kirby Smith to command in the West represented an attempt by Richmond to compensate for its past appointments in that region. By 1863, the Trans-Mississippi had become the junkyard of the Confederate Army. In it were collected the military flotsam and jetsam of the South, men such as Holmes, John B. Magruder, who had been made commander of the District of Texas, and Gustavus W. Smith, all of whom had been found wanting in the East, and so sent where presumably they would do the least harm. Moreover, it had been drained of its best fighting men, Hood's and Ross's Texans, Cleburne's Arkansans, Taylor's Louisianians, and Price's Missourians, and those who remained were, with some notable exceptions, not of the same splendid quality. Understandably, therefore, many people in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas concluded that since the Confederate government did not regard the Trans-Mississippi as very important to the war, then the war was not very important to the Trans-Mississippi. Besides, cotton was a far more interesting and profitable concern than the rather remote battlefronts. As Lee marched towards Gettysburg and Grant invested Vicksburg, a large cotton speculation combine involving Army officers openly operated in Texas. During the spring and summer of 1863, the role assigned to the Trans-Mississippi in Confederate grand strategy was, as always, a supporting one. It was to help in the defense of Vicksburg by creating a diversion which would take some of the pressure off Pemberton. To this end, the War Department repeatedly urged Kirby Smith to throw troops across the river, or to strike at the Union bases in Arkansas and Louisiana, or at least to harass Grant's supply line down the Mississippi. However, April and May passed without any significant action by the Trans-Mississippi forces. It was not so much that Kirby Smith did not try to do something, he did. Rather, it was simply that he lacked the men and material to do anything effective. Price, upon arriving in Arkansas, predictably proposed an invasion of Missouri for the purpose, so he argued, of drawing off federal forces from Vicksburg. And, in fact, the time was fairly opportune for such a venture, as the regular Union troops had been stripped from the state to reinforce Grant, and for the most part only widely dispersed militia were left. But Holmes refused to sanction a Missouri expedition, maintaining that it would be too hazardous and that it would leave the vital Arkansas Valley open to enemy occupation. In this view, he was supported by Kirby Smith, who believed that no movement should be made into Missouri unless with a force strong enough to remain. End quote. Price would have to wait a while for his Missouri invasion. On July 4th, the day after Gettysburg ended and the same day that Vicksburg fell and the Battle of Cabin Creek was fought in the Indian Territory, Holmes mounted an ill-conceived and ill-executed attack on the Union-held town of Helena, on the west bank of the Mississippi River. This attack predictably ended in disaster, with Holmes losing over 20% casualties out of his army of 8,000 men. Castell writes again, quote, "The attack on Helena was a blunder in its very conception. In the first place, as Horace Greeley caustically commented, the only real hope the Confederates had of taking it was for Prentiss, the Union commander in charge of defense, to have been a coward, a traitor, or an idiot. Second, if by some chance they had captured it, they could not have held it for more than a day or two in face of the Union gunboats. And finally, although there was no way for them to know it at the time, they made the attempt far too late to help Pemberton at Vicksburg in any case." End quote. Things got worse in September when a Union army under Frederick Steele marched out of Helena and occupied the Arkansas capital at Little Rock. Finally, in January of 1864, Kirby Smith recommended to Davis that Holmes be relieved of command. But Holmes found out about this, got offended, and said, "You can't fire me, I quit," and resigned before he could be relieved. Price replaced him as commander of the District of Arkansas in March. The previous October was also when Price received Quantrill's report of his victory at Baxter Springs, which, in conjunction with his involvement with the Order of American Knights, must have gotten his wheels turning again about possibilities for his Missouri invasion. Before he could think about that too much, though, the Federals used their now total control over the Mississippi River to mount a two-pronged offensive into the Trans-Mississippi from the east in March. The southern prong, led by Major General Nathaniel P. Banks, was known as the Red River Campaign, and the northern prong was formed by Steele's army marching out of Little Rock and was known as the Camden Expedition, after the town of Camden, Arkansas. This offensive did not go well for the Federals. It ended up being kind of a waste of manpower, really, since the region was already devastated and the expedition really didn't fit into any Union grand strategy in any way that made sense. And it was headed up by Banks, who was well known to be an incompetent general and had ended up out here for much the same reasons that the Confederate Flotsam and Jetsam had. Stonewall Jackson had run circles around him in the Shenandoah Valley campaign of 1862. Kirby Smith's strategy for turning back the offensive was to concentrate against each prong separately and defeat them in turn, which he did, but failed to destroy either prong completely as he would have liked to. Price's role in this campaign was to operate against Steele in southern Arkansas. The heaviest action he saw in the campaign was at the very end, in a battle at Jenkins Ferry on April 30th, in which he made a failed attempt to destroy Steele's army on the banks of the Saline River before it could cross. Despite the failure to destroy Steele completely, though, the result of all this was that his depleted army was again bottled up in Little Rock, and Price was once again free to contemplate his ultimate dream of invading Missouri. By the end of May, Kirby Smith had directed Price to start preparing for his invasion. Through a complicated series of political and strategic issues within the Confederate command that I'm not going to go into here, this invasion was delayed until the end of the summer, and in the end turned out to be just a large cavalry raid rather than a full-scale offensive as Price had wanted. Not the least of those concerns was the fact that Sherman was maneuvering against Atlanta, and just like the previous year at Vicksburg, the Confederate Trans-Mississippi Department was being asked to send troops east to bolster the more important armies. But Price was still optimistic going in. He spent the summer sending agents into Missouri to get in touch with the bushwhackers and let them know he was coming, as well as coordinating with the Order of American Knights, which had a presence in Missouri and promised that they could deliver a large-scale general uprising against the Federal occupiers once Price's army was in motion. An uprising like that is what Price had to bank on if he hoped to do anything permanent in Missouri, because his army wasn't anywhere near big enough or well-supplied enough to hold anything. With the help of Joe Shelby harassing Union supply lines in northeast Arkansas and Stand Watie diverting Federal attention in the Indian Territory, Price outmaneuvered Steele at Little Rock and advanced to Pocahontas, Arkansas, just about 15 miles south of the Missouri border in mid-September 1864. Castell writes, quote, "At Pocahontas, Price was joined by Shelby, who brought with him approximately 8,000 recruits gathered during his summer's operations in that area. Price now organized his army, per Kirby Smith's instructions, into 3 divisions under Fagan, Marmaduke, and Shelby, and distributed the recruits, who had been formed into brigades and regiments, among them, with Fagan receiving the most. In all, he had about 12,000 troops. It was the largest force he had commanded since 1862, and on paper appeared formidable. However, it was afflicted with a number of serious weaknesses which greatly reduced its military potential. Many of the men were ill-clad and in poor health. 4,000 of them, recruits raised by Shelby, had no weapons. The train contained an inordinate number of wheezy, rickety wagons, and although indispensable for carrying the food and forage required in a barren country, was a serious encumbrance. Approximately half of the armed troops were untrained to fight on foot, and the other half were mounted infantry equipped with long-barreled muskets, and so practically useless on horseback. About 1,000 men lacked mounts, which meant that the army could not move with the rapidity normally associated with cavalry. All of the 14 cannons were small caliber, only a few were rifled, and several were crude homemade pieces. Most of Shelby's recruits were conscripts and deserters whose overriding desire was to return home to Sarah and the children, and who were, in the opinion of one of Price's officers, almost worthless as soldiers. Discipline was extremely slack, especially among the recruits and unarmed men, a situation largely caused and certainly compounded by the utter inefficiency of the majority of the line officers." End quote. And this is also from Castell. He writes that Kirby Smith instructed Price that, quote, "St. Louis was to be the objective point of his movement, which, if rapidly made, will put you in possession of that place, its supplies and military stores, and which will do more toward rallying Missourians to your standard than the possession of any other point. The raising of new forces was to be his principal endeavor, and if compelled to retreat from Missouri, he was to do so by way of Kansas and the Indian Territory, sweeping that country of its mules, horses, cattle, and military supplies of all kinds, and bringing back as many recruits as possible. Finally, throughout the campaign, he would scrupulously avoid all wanton acts of destruction and devastation, restrain his men, and impress on them that their aim should be to secure success in a just and holy cause, and not to gratify personal feelings and revenge. To these military objectives, Price privately added another, the political one of gaining control of enough territory in Missouri, at least temporarily, to hold an election for a new governor and a legislature. In this way, not only would the Confederate Missourians keep alive their claim to authority in the state, but, equally desirable from Price's personal standpoint, Reynolds would be removed from the scene, or at least prevented, as Snead put it, from exercising, without control, all the powers of the executive and legislative departments. Reynolds, who suspected this latter intention, at first opposed an election, but under pressure from Price and former Governor Trustin Polk, reluctantly consented. Not without reason, he feared that an election would result in legitimate civil authority, his own, being superseded by an army council, Price. End quote. For the bushwhackers' part, since resuming operations in the spring, they were not idle while Price was making his preparations. But as we know, Quantrill wasn't in charge anymore. In March 1864, shortly before George Todd's usurpation of the gang, Reynolds wrote to Quantrill, quote, "The history of every guerrilla chieftain is the same. He either becomes the slave of his men, or if he attempts to control them, some officer or private rises up, disputes his authority, gains the men, and puts him down. My opinion of you is that you deserve a better fate." End quote. And that's exactly what happened. The tone of that letter is such that Reynolds was trying to get Quantrill to give up bushwhacking and join the regular Confederate Army, basically saying to him, "You have real talent, Bill. You could go places in the Army, but you have to do it the Army's way. This no-quarter war of extermination stuff is ultimately only going to get you killed and do no one any good." You could be tempted to call a statement like that prophetic, but it's almost too mundane of a prediction to even be prophetic. With Todd's ascendancy, and with the fairly drastic shift in the overall outlook on the war that had taken place over the last year or so, the summer of 1864 was shaping up to reach a new level of insanity. In their book on Bloody Bill Anderson, Castell and Goodrich write this about Todd's usurpation. Quote, "The men knew that Quantrill was no coward and that he was smarter and more clever than the crude, illiterate Todd, but they were no longer fighting for a cause. Or if they were, they sensed that it was a lost cause, and the war was in its last stages. What the bushwhackers wanted now was to kill as many Unionists, get as much plunder, and have a good time doing it while it could still be done. For this, what better leader than Todd? He was as fearless as he was ruthless, and so long as his men obeyed orders and fought well during a raid or fight, he did not give a damn what was done, or to whom." End quote. Anderson was probably an even better leader for this than Todd. We'll get back to that in a minute, but the Union occupation forces hadn't been idle either, and had done everything they could to prepare for the bushwhackers' return. Brownlee writes in Gray Ghost of the Confederacy, quote, "Throughout the Indian nations and up the Missouri-Kansas line, the Union posts had watched the grass turn green and the growing season of the spring come on with apprehension and alertness. As whispers that Quantrill was going to come up again began to move along the border, the Union command put into effect a tactical plan of fortified garrisons, patrolling, and scouting that today would be called a hedgehog defense in depth. The details of the defense were simple to execute, but they held certain inherent dangers for the troops engaged. In each military district, small groups of cavalry were maintained in every principal town. The main garrison of a county was normally stationed at the county seat because of its central location and the presence of a courthouse and other substantial brick or stone buildings that could easily be sandbagged into forts. Experience had taught the Union captains that a few determined riflemen could hold a brick building against a large number of guerrillas who had no cannon. Heavy blockhouses were also erected at these posts and along the rail lines at bridge crossings. From the small post, cavalry patrols and scouts were sent out daily in all directions over the country, working from one station to another and back again. In this fashion, the entire area was kept under observation, and if a guerrilla force was discovered, all nearby posts would be alerted, and additional cavalry called in to attack or pursue it. If the enemy party retreated, other posts along the line of retreat would be warned, and fresh troops could take up the pursuit. If the guerrillas scattered, it would be hard for them to regroup as the area would be saturated with Union patrols arriving from all directions. By these tactics, the Union command hoped to hold its towns, discover any guerrilla force at an early moment, and run it to death. The danger in the plan lay in two aspects. In the first place, local commanders were inclined to send out patrols which were either too large or too small. When large units were moved out, the post was vulnerable, and a poorly protected community invited attack. Small patrols, on the other hand, could be overrun and destroyed by more numerous guerrillas armed with their highly lethal revolvers. The second dangerous factor of the plan lay in the necessity for small posts to receive orders, rations, ammunition, and grain forage from headquarters and depots a considerable distance away. By the spring of 1864, western Missouri was so ravaged that it was necessary to haul in most of the rations and forage used by the Union cavalry. General Brown informed his headquarters at St. Louis that spring that he was having to haul forage from 35 to 50 miles for half his command. As a consequence, many of his troopers had to be on continuous escort duty. Such duty was burdensome, boring, and apt to be very dangerous. Regardless of these defects, the Union commanders felt that they had perfected tactics that were the best answer to guerrilla warfare." End quote. The occupiers had already gotten to try out their new system on a small scale. Early in the year, in the absence of the bulk of Quantrill's bushwhackers, jayhawking incursions from Kansas ramped up again, which prompted the commensurate guerrilla response, this time by Andrew Blunt, a Quantrill man who stayed behind in Missouri when the rest of them went to Texas. Blunt's was a small band of about 20 men, and he mounted some small raids in the late winter and early spring, but by the beginning of April, half of the men were dead, including Blunt himself. But as apparently thorough as the new anti-bushwhacker system was, it would turn out to be woefully ineffective in the summer of 1864, once Anderson and Todd ramped their operations back up. In certain areas of central Missouri, it might as well not have been in place at all, for as much as it actually hindered guerrilla activity. The simple fact was that the Union Army had no idea how to fight a counterinsurgency, which is exactly what this was by this time. And the bushwhacker insurgency was a thing that, in some ways, the Federals themselves had created by their treatment of Missouri civilians. Brownlee writes, quote, "The primary evils of the guerrilla insurrection came as a result of sequential events that began in the first days of the struggle for the state. As had been indicated, the Union military commanders of Missouri assumed that widespread disloyalty to the federal government abounded in 1861. This assumption, which seems to have been largely erroneous, led to military occupation, and, from available evidence, the harshness with which the occupation was accomplished contributed greatly to the very unrest the Union captains suspected and feared. The first overt reaction to military occupation took the form of guerrilla warfare. As irregular partisan conflict spread, it in turn weakened civil law and order and caused the Union military authorities to enact a series of severe punitive measures against the people. End quote. Missouri existed in a state of martial law for basically the duration of the war. The punitive measures against civilians took the form of things like heavy fines and imprisonment, confiscation of property, banishment from the state, and sometimes summary execution for those suspected of aiding bushwhackers. Jails and prisons were overflowing throughout the war, and the conditions in these places could be absolutely hellish. Brownlee writes in particular about the Gratiot Street Prison in St. Louis, which was a medical college converted to house mostly civilian prisoners. It had a normal capacity of about 500 prisoners, but by November 1862, there were over 1,100 people imprisoned there, mostly civilians, men and women. If you guessed that disease would be a huge problem in conditions like that, you'd be right. There was a 50% mortality rate inside Gratiot Street Prison in the year of 1864. So you take this iron-fisted crackdown on Missouri civilians, throw in the jayhawking, the gleeful pillaging of western Missouri by Kansans early in the war, and you get perfect conditions for an insurgency. As divided as Missouri had been between Unionists and secessionists in 1861, by 1864, the general population had become much more uniformly Confederate in sympathy, except in the most staunchly Unionist areas. Brownlee writes again, quote, "Did the devices of military government such as martial law, military commissions, arbitrary arrest and imprisonment, fines and assessments, the suppression of speech and press, and the revocation of other civil rights lead to pacification? In view of the fact that the guerrilla insurrection steadily increased in size and ferocity between 1861 and 1865, the answer can only be that they did not. Their application created and encouraged rebellion, more bloodshed, more bitterness, and less sympathy and understanding. Actually, the military occupation and control of Missouri and the resulting guerrilla war led to a general collapse of efforts toward a moderate civil government by 1864. End quote. By 1864, the federal occupiers were fighting an entire population who were all too happy to support Confederate partisans however they could. And if you want to know what that's like, just ask any Vietnam veteran, or Iraq or Afghanistan veteran for that matter. And the parallels between this situation and Vietnam are actually a little bit striking if you think about it. You got a hostile population resisting an occupier which they see as foreign. Remember, most of the Union soldiers in Missouri come from places like Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, Minnesota, mostly northwestern states, while Missouri itself was culturally and ethnically overwhelmingly Southern, even the Unionist parts. Then you got some local militia forces which nominally side with the foreign occupier but have questionable loyalties. In Missouri, these were known as the Paw Paw Militia. Fellman writes about them in his book Inside War, quote, "Even the presence of Union militia was not always a guarantee of security, for many of them were of dubious loyalty. Paw Paw regiments, as they were known, were composed in large part of returned Southern soldiers and sympathizers who had taken the oath of allegiance to the Union. Amounting to a rebel fifth column, they often appeared to Unionists to have cut bargains with guerrillas, dividing Unionist spoils between them." End quote. And then you have the insurgents themselves, who, as we've already seen, were a very much homegrown and grassroots phenomenon, Quantrill himself being a pretty rare exception as a guerrilla leader who had not grown up in Missouri. Actually, George Todd was another rare exception. He was Canadian, weirdly enough. And to top off the Vietnam parallels, when it comes to terrain, some of these thickly wooded areas where the bushwhackers like to operate could be kind of jungle-like sometimes. Maybe less exotic, but just as much opportunity for cover and concealment, places where you could have a squad or a platoon on patrol, suddenly see the woods around you erupt with gunfire, have a firefight that lasts no more than a few minutes, never even see the enemy, and then they just melt back into the woods and you don't know where they went. And the next time you stop by the house of some random farmer looking for information, for all you know, the guy who answers the door might be one of the guys you were just in a firefight with a couple hours ago. What this all adds up to is a nightmare scenario for Union soldiers trying to suppress this insurgency. You're hundreds of miles from home, fighting a population which your very presence has turned hostile. And one big difference from Vietnam is that you don't have a big technological advantage over the insurgents. You don't have B-52s that can carpet bomb acres and acres of jungle in the blink of an eye. You don't have artillery that you can just call in from a hilltop several miles away. The bushwhackers didn't have artillery either, but in a lot of ways they were actually better equipped for this particular type of fighting than the Union occupiers were. Carrying half a dozen or more revolvers, they could fire 30, 40, 50 rounds before they had to reload. That's compared to one for the carbines the Union troopers carried, although they would start to adjust and carry revolvers themselves towards the end of the war. This is Michael Fellman in Inside War. He writes, quote, Union troops rarely saw guerrillas, and at the same time they had an acute fear that the guerrillas saw them and would choose the moment to attack when they had relaxed their guard. One evening, Henry Dysart recorded in his diary the materialization of an apparition-like stranger among his Iowa company. A citizen with a blanket over his shoulders was noticed walking among the wagons. He soon came up to the fire where he stood a moment with his head dropped, hiding his countenance from our view. Asked if he were a Frenchman, he replied he was not and began to walk off. Dysart and a comrade, both unarmed, went after the stranger and asked him who he was. He whirled around and with an oath drew and cocked a revolver on us, and said he was a privileged character and went where he pleased. He then ran into the thicket at full speed, and when a quarter of a mile off he made 2 or 3 Indian-like yells as if giving a signal. Knowing that the guerrilla Coleman and his train burners were in the neighborhood, assuming this to have been a spy, Dysart's company doubled their pickets and waited for an attack which did not come. This weird guerrilla appearance and disappearance, this Indian yell in the middle of the night, greatly discomfited Dysart and his comrades. It was as if a ghost had signaled an imminent invasion. It was as if the elusive guerrilla were other than a mortal man. End quote. The guerrillas had always enjoyed something of a psychological edge over the Union occupiers for these reasons. To drive this home, I'll read an account to you from a Union cavalry trooper named Sherman Bodwell. This is backing up in the timeline a little bit. It's from the fall of 1863 in the wake of General Order No. 11, when there was this big but largely unsuccessful effort to go in and root Quantrill's bushwhackers out of their hideouts in the Snai. This is quoted in Thomas Goodrich's book Black Flag, and it's a little long, but I think it'll be worth it to give a first-hand look at what it was actually like to be part of an operation like this from the perspective of an average rank-and-file trooper. Bodwell writes in his journal, quote, September 13th. Marched about sunrise. Command divided. H Company going with Captain Coleman, one of the most successful guerrilla hunters on the border. About 130 men. Left the road and struck through the brush for some 5 miles, dodging through thickets, winding here and there through ravines, halting finally, hitching the horses close together, about half the men remaining with them, the rest scouring the country road. After lying close about an hour, several shots were fired near us. The skirmishers were just coming in when they saw a mounted man coming down toward them, through an opening. He drew one of his revolvers and came on flourishing and aiming, was halted at about 30 yards. "Who are you?" he asked. A volley knocked him from his horse, with a bullet through the head. He was about 25. Well-dressed, and his stripes indicated some office. Lay quiet a while longer, and struck through a rough timbered country. September 15th. Marched at 12 a.m., some 350 strong, by byroads and through prairie, reaching about daybreak a deep ravine, in which we dismounted, horses massed. They seemed to understand the matter and were very quiet. A little before sunrise, leaving half the men to bring up horses, and single file we struck down the ravine into the timber on Snai. We were still with Captain Coleman. A hard march through thick underbrush ravines, up and down steep rocky bluffs, where it seemed hardly possible for horses to follow. In about 4 hours, halted for horses to come up, mounted, and kept on. Lieutenant Ridgway went in front. Sent back word to dismount some 15 and send them up. Moved slowly. A sharp fire was opened nearby. Broke into the brush after Coleman, and we rushed into a rebel camp. The Indians of the 9th and the bushwhackers starting a yell, and going in past one of the guerrillas, dead. Shot from his horse and finished with the knife. The horses were saddled, led out, cooking utensils broken and putting fire to the straw bedding, etc., we left it. Our dismounted men had discovered them as they were getting dinner. All were secure and at ease, talking, whistling, etc. Lay looking into the camp at 50 yards distance while we were coming up and forming. We could have corralled them nicely, but for 2 of them mounting and starting to water. They were sure to discover us, and the boys had to shoot them when the rest broke, leaving guns, horses, saddles, clothing, etc., firing 1 volley as they left. Some 40 horses taken, and much new homemade clothing, they seemingly having just fitted out for the winter. September 26th. Struck a horse track, following it for a mile or 2 through timber. Major and lieutenant dismounted, went to the front, and soon sent back for 6 or 8 men dismounted, then for more. I went up with them and found we were at a creek crossing heavily tracked. Horses heard neighing near. Moved forward on the trail, some 15 of us, till we came in sight of a fellow sitting above, on a steep hillside reading. On picket, apparently. Feared to move lest he should see us, give alarm, and feared to fire for the same reason. 4 men fired by order, rather to his surprise, judging by his movements. We dashed up the hill, and as we done it, found ourselves in camp. 1 fellow firing both barrels of a shotgun at the lieutenant at about 20 steps. I lost my 2 shots by caps failing. Took 8 horses, 7 saddles. Toward evening, while following down a ravine to the blue, come on a foot track. Word sent back for half the men. Come down into Valley of Blue. Firing in front. And then a foot race up the timber after a party we had driven from camp, 3 being unmounted. They fired back, and the hindmost especially used his shotgun with good grit. The race lasted for about 3/4 of a mile, the boys firing after them as they ran. Lieutenant R. finally bringing down the last. I came up, just as the lieutenant finished him with a shot through the head. Took supper and moved on to Franklin's, threw out pickets, and watched roads till late daylight. October 1st. Marched early, halted for breakfast, when command divided. About 10, the major, lieutenant, and the advance came suddenly on 2 guerrillas mounted. 1 dismounted and took the brush, but the major brought him down with his holster pistol. I rode up. Lieutenant stood over him. His pockets having been searched and papers taken, was talking, claiming to be a prisoner, etc. Lieutenant asked Major, "Are you through with him?" Major nodded assent. Lieutenant said to men standing about, "Mount your horses," and as they drew off, aimed and fired the revolver, ball striking just back of the eye, and he was with his judge with all his imperfections on his head. Lieutenant stood between us, so I did not see his face. Custard says he instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, and an ashy paleness overspread his face as when a cloud passes over the sun. As we came from the brush, found the boys taking a horse from a woman at whose house they were about eating. She cursing the men and wishing she had a revolver to blow brains out, etc. In the affair, she dropped from under her clothing a man's calico shirt and what seemed to be some bushwhacking uniform coat, gaily trimmed. Clogston and Houston were in blue and butternut in advance, and 1 man they found in the wood committed himself as a guerrilla before the command came in sight to show his mistake. Arrested him. Took supper in Wellington, men being apportioned to various houses. As we were lying down, heard firing and should have known the prisoner was attempting to escape. Heard his cries as the first bullets struck him. Side note, this is me breaking in here. Those words, attempting to escape, are in quotes in the journal. This is a phrase you'll hear all the time in Union accounts from Missouri. The prisoners were shot while attempting to escape, and it's commonly understood that that's just a euphemism for being executed. It's a phrase that officers would put in their reports to give some kind of plausible deniability to their higher chain of command that they weren't just executing prisoners in cold blood, but it was basically an open secret, even at the time, that very often they absolutely were just executing prisoners. The fact that Bodwell puts attempting to escape in quotes and says he should have known that's what was happening tells me that he gets it. He knows exactly what's going on there. Anyway, back to Bodwell's journal. Friday, 2nd October, 1863. In the morning was startled by the outcries of the sister of the dead man as she found his body lying where the bullet left it. Took breakfast as we did supper. The stores in town cleaned out. Officers permitting. October 4th. Cloudy and quite cool. Marched about sunrise. Came soon on trail and followed to the camp in which the guerrillas had probably most of them gathered. A dog was heard barking before reaching camp and was found at the feet of a man hung. His trousers had been taken, and he left hanging in his hat, blouse, shirt, and boots. On his back, a paper written, "This man was hung last evening in revenge for the death of Ab Haller. He says his name is Thomas, and that he belongs to the Kansas 9th. Buried him in the ravine near where he hung. There seems to be something of the death-like brooding over these camps. Always hidden where hardly more than a horse track points the road, in heavy timber and creek bottoms, offal lying about, cooking utensils, cast-off clothing. The very air seems thick with the clime which so lately they seethed. A woman's shoe here, a child's cradle used as a feed box there. How strangely out of place. Quantrill has evidently gathered his bands and left, maybe for Kansas, maybe for the South." End quote. And that's the little cherry on top of this shit sandwich that takes the whole thing up another level of intensity, this display of the dead bodies of the enemy for intimidation. And it's often not just display, it's mutilation too. And it takes the psychological edge of the guerrillas up another notch. What it reminds me of is the movie Predator, where you have this elite team of mercenaries going into the jungle to rescue a diplomat from some Central American rebels or something. They end up stalked by this unseen extraterrestrial predator, which they didn't anticipate at all, and one of the first hints they get of what's going on is when they come across the skinned bodies of some Green Berets that came in before them. That's the kind of stuff bushwhackers were starting to do as you get into 1864, and you can bet that Anderson's boys, while not the first to pull out these kinds of tactics, became some of the most infamous and enthusiastic practitioners of it. I'm going to read one more quote here, and I know this is a lot of quotes, but I think it'll be worth it for setting the context of what's coming as we get into Anderson's 1864 campaign. This is from Fellman's book, Inside War. Quote, "Often Union troops found the mutilated bodies of dead comrades left in the road. In the course of 1 week in January 1863, Colonel William R. Pennock, cavalry commander in Independence, reported finding the mutilated bodies of 5 of his men killed in as many separate incidents." Quoting Pennock now, "They were all wounded, and killed afterwards in the most horrible manner fiends could devise. All were shot in the head, and several of their faces are terribly cut to pieces with boot heels. Powder was exploded in one man's ear, and both ears cut off close to the head. Whether this inhuman act was committed while he was alive or not, I have no means of knowing." Back to Fellman. "In June 1862 in Warrensburg in west central Missouri, Major Emory S. Foster found, following a nighttime skirmish, 2 of his soldiers stripped of their clothing and horribly mutilated, one of them with more than a dozen revolver balls in his body, and his head frightfully broken and mangled. Fighters took human scalps and body parts, ears, noses, scalps, teeth, facial skin, fingers, to keep or to give away as trophies. Sometimes men made rings, charms, and necklaces from the bones and teeth gathered off old battlefields. Accounts of the mutilation of corpses were common. As the Union Army kept the records, one reads only of guerrilla behavior of this sort, but there is every reason to believe that Union soldiers retaliated in kind, just as they shared in every other guerrilla terror tactic. Killing was insufficient. One had to complete the dehumanization, deface the enemy, reduce him to mere flesh and bones, obliterate his beauty and the container of his soul. Some groups of fighters wished to push on to some final place of total destruction, some land where we in all our force are all, and they are made nothing at all. Glenn Gray, the social philosopher of combat, writes that there can be on such occasions a kind of aesthetic of destruction which can hold its own beauties. If Manichaeanism was the most powerful subterranean American heresy, which I believe it was, this sort of act may have been a sacrifice, a reaching out toward the other all-powerful one. Drenched in the endless terrors of guerrilla war, combatants sought release in the annihilation of the face of the other. Rituals of mutilation also served to tighten the knot of brotherhood among the inner circle of fighters. These were not acts done in isolation, but social and human acts of destruction. It was as if the soldiers were declaring, "We are of the all-powerful men, as they are of the nothing at all. We will debase the foe as we are exalted, outside and above their lowliness. Through their consumption shall our brotherly love burn in pure flames. We shall live forever. At the core of guerrilla war, blood revenge was a religious rite, a reaching by blood brothers for the mythic land of the nihilist dream. End quote. First of all, I wish I could tell you more about how Manichaeanism is the most powerful subterranean American heresy, like Fellman says there, but I can't because I don't know enough about Manichaeanism or its influence in America. I'm not really even sure what that means, to be honest, but it sounds fascinating for anybody who'd like to dig further into it. And second of all, there's going to be a lot of scalping in this story from here on out. For anybody who might not know what that is, it's the practice of cutting off the skin and hair from the top of a victim's head as a war trophy. Usually this was done to dead bodies, but it also happened to still living victims from time to time, and there are even accounts of people surviving scalping. It's not quite unique to North America. There is some evidence of it happening in other places in ancient times, such as the Eurasian steppe or the Bronze Age Near East. But it's very nearly a unique feature of North American warfare. And if you hear anybody talking about scalping today, they're almost certainly talking about Indian warfare in North America from about the 17th to the 19th century. Scalping was a part of intertribal Indian warfare for who knows how long before the arrival of Europeans, and of course, Europeans picked it up and started doing it throughout their conflicts with the Indians, and the practice exploded in popularity after colonization. So it's not at all surprising that in the chaotic, revenge-fueled atmosphere of Missouri during the Civil War, guerrilla fighters on both sides would engage in the practice of scalping. There had been incidents of it prior to 1864, but as with so many other aspects of the guerrilla war, Anderson, Clements, and the men who followed them would dial the intensity of it up to 11, especially when unrestrained by the moderating influence of Bill Quantrill. If you're surprised that I would say that, don't worry, we'll talk more about it later. The first man to try to pick up the mantle from Quantrill was George Todd. Without Quantrill in charge, the bushwhackers would never again undertake anything like the Lawrence raid, but Todd, Anderson, and a few other chieftains were still able to pretty routinely pull together dozens of men at a time for certain operations, sometimes a few hundred at a time. Throughout the spring, bushwhacking was in full swing again, and they were up to all their old activities, ambushing patrols, burning supply wagons, and attacking federal outposts. It got so bad that the Kansas City Journal editor Dwight Thacker wrote in early June, quote, "It is about time the authorities in Washington should understand that the rebellion exists in Missouri as actively, as virulently, and as uncompromisingly as in Virginia. The people do not recognize Missouri as a loyal state and consider themselves citizens of the Southern Confederacy. Call it what you may, infatuation, ignorance, or anything else, Western Missouri is just as fully rebel as any part of Tennessee or Arkansas. What is the condition of the truly loyal people of the border counties of Missouri? Simply one of siege. Outside of the military posts in their immediate vicinity, no one of known and open loyalty can safely live for a moment. The loyal people are collected in the scattered towns and military posts, while to all intents and purposes the rebels hold possession of the country. No loyal man can till a farm or raise a crop. No loyal man can safely travel upon the highways. If he ventures to run the gauntlet from post to post, he does it at the risk, the imminent risk, of assassination. In a word, the rebels hold the country, while the loyal people are besieged in the towns. How long the towns can live in a virtual condition of siege is a question not very difficult to answer." End quote. By June, word was getting around of Price's planned offensive into Missouri, and all the bushwhacker chieftains wanted to do whatever they could to prepare and help him out when he came. But it seems that different chiefs had different ideas of exactly how to prepare. On the one hand, Todd apparently decided that the thing to do was to lay low, preserve his men, equipment, and horses, and be ready to spring into action once Price actually got there. Anderson had a different idea. Goodrich and Castell write in their Anderson biography, quote, "With Todd taking it easy, nothing stood in the way of Anderson moving to the forefront of the guerrilla war, and so he did. During the next 4 months, he would preside over a bloody bacchanalia that far surpassed in ferocity all that had gone before it. William Quantrill, George Todd, and other bushwhacker chieftains were merciless killers, but only Bill Anderson became what one Missourian wrote of him. Like the rider of the pale horse in the book of Revelation, death and hell literally followed in his train. End quote. On June 11th, Anderson's gang made its big entrance by ambushing a patrol of 13 Union soldiers near Warrensburg in west-central Missouri. By this time in the war, bushwhackers were almost always going around dressed in blue federal uniforms, and Anderson's gang was no different. Anderson's men, along with some of Dick Yeager's, about 80 strong altogether, rode right up to the little patrol, which took them for federal troops, then at point-blank range drew their pistols and fired. The patrol never stood a chance. 12 of the 13 men were killed outright, with only their sergeant escaping to tell the tale, although he was seriously wounded himself. The bodies of the dead were later found scalped and left lying in the road, which would become a hallmark of Anderson's for the rest of his time in the war. And I haven't seen this anywhere in any of the sources I've read, but I have to wonder if Anderson's men might have let the sergeant go on purpose, so he would go back to his unit and tell the story to spread terror. Anderson and his gang spent the rest of June and early July raiding in Lafayette County, which is where the town of Lexington is located. On July 4th, they celebrated the holiday by trying their hand at a new pastime, seizing a steamboat on the Missouri River at Waverly. The boat was docked to take on cargo when the bushwhackers tried to seize it, but the crew was able to react fast enough to get away and out onto the river before they could board. The boat crew got off easy with one wounded man and a pilot house shot full of holes, but as we'll see, this would be far from the last time bushwhackers would try something like this. A few days later, Anderson camped on the outskirts of Lexington while the federal garrison stayed in their fortifications, believing themselves to be outnumbered but probably drastically overestimating Anderson's strength. There's that psychological edge showing itself. It's from this time that we get the only surviving example of Anderson's own writing. I'm going to read this in full because I always think these kinds of things are super interesting, especially in a case like this where there is no other writing from the guy. What I'm about to read is a letter written by Anderson to 5 different people. The first 2 are the editors of the 2 newspapers in Lexington, and what prompted Anderson to write to them was apparently that he didn't like what he'd been reading in their papers. The next one is a Colonel James McFerrin, who commanded the Lexington garrison. Then there's a Captain Milton Burris, who had commanded a wagon train escort that Anderson's men had routed and scattered back in June. And Anderson apparently knew Burris somehow. He calls him his friend, and, well, you'll see from the tone of the letter that there must have been some kind of personal connection there, although it's not known what their relationship was. And finally, Anderson will write to General Egbert Brown, who was now commanding the District of Central Missouri. The letter is reprinted in full in Brownlee's book, Gray Ghost of the Confederacy, and it says, quote, "To the editors of the 2 papers in Lexington, to the citizens and the community at large, General Brown and Colonel McFerrin and his petty hirelings, such as Captain Burris, the friend of Anderson. Mr. Editors, in reading both your papers, I see you urge the policy of the citizens taking up arms to defend their persons and property. You are only asking them to sign their death warrants. Do you not know, sirs, that you have some of Missouri's proudest, best, and noblest sons to cope with? Sirs, ask the people of Missouri, who are acquainted with me, if Anderson ever robbed them or mistreated them in any manner. All those that speak the truth will say never. Then what protection do they want? It is from thieves, not such men as I profess to have under my command. My command can give them more protection than all the Federals in the state against such enemies. There are thieves and robbers in the community, but they do not belong to any organized band. They do not fight for principles. They are for self-interest. They are just as afraid of me as they are of Federals. I will help the citizens rid the country of them. They are not friends of mine. I have used all that language can do to stop their thefts. I will now see what I can do by force. But listen to me, fellow citizens. Do not obey this last order. Do not take up arms if you value your lives and property. It is not in my power to save your lives if you do. If you proclaim to be in arms against the guerrillas, I will kill you. I will hunt you down like wolves and murder you. You cannot escape. It will not be Federals after you. Your arms will be no protection to you. 25 of my men can whip all that can get together. It will not be militia such as McFerrin's, but regulars that have been in the field for 3 years, that are armed with from 2 to 4 pistols and Sharp's rifles. I commenced at the first of this war to fight for my country, not to steal from it. I have chosen guerrilla warfare to revenge myself for wrongs that I could not honorably avenge otherwise. I lived in Kansas when this war commenced. Because I would not fight the people of Missouri, my native state, the Yankees sought my life, but failed to get me. Revenged themselves by murdering my father, destroying all my property, and have since that time murdered one of my sisters and kept the other 2 in jail 12 months. But I have fully glutted my vengeance. I have killed many. I am a guerrilla. I have never belonged to the Confederate Army, nor to my men. A good many of them are from Kansas. I have tried to war with the Federals honorably, but for retaliation I have done things, and am fearful will have to do, that I would shrink from if possible to avoid. I have tried to teach the people of Missouri that I am their friend, but if you think that I am wrong, then it is your duty to fight. Take up arms against me, and you are Federals. Your doctrine is an absurdity, and I will kill you for being fools. Beware, men, before you make this fearful leap. I feel for you. You are in a critical situation. But remember, there is a Southern army headed by the best men in the nation. Many of their homes are in Missouri, and they will have the state or die in the attempt. You that sacrifice your principles for fear of losing your property will, I fear, forfeit your right to a citizenship in Missouri. Young men, leave your mothers and fight for your principles. Let the Federals know that Missouri's sons will not be trampled on. I have no time to say anything more to you. Be careful how you act, for my eyes are upon you. Colonel McFerrin. I have seen your official report to General Brown of 2 fights that have taken place in Johnson and Lafayette counties with your men. You have been wrongfully informed, or you have willfully misrepresented the matter to your superior officer. I had the honor, sir, of being in command at both of those engagements. To enlighten you on the subject and to warn you against making future exaggerations, I will say to you in the future to let me know in time, and when I fight your men, I will make the proper report. As to the skirmish I had with your men in Johnson, I started to Kingsville with 50 men to take the place, but before I arrived there I discovered a scout, 14 or 15 of your men, on the prairie some half a mile distant to my left. I immediately gave chase. They fled. There were not over 8 of my men ever got near them. They did not surrender, or I would not have killed them, for I understood that Company M were Southern men. They sent me that word. I ordered them to halt and surrender. I was astonished to see them refuse after sending me such word. One of their lieutenants even planned the assassination of General Brown and the taking of his headquarters, but I refused to commit so foul a deed. But they refused to surrender, and I had them to kill. I regret having to kill such good Southern men, but they are fit for no service but yours, for they were very cowardly. Myself and 2 men killed 9 of them when there were no other men in sight of us. They are such poor shots it is strange you don't have them practice more. Send them out and I will train them for you. After that I came down near Burris Camp with 25 regulars, all told, belonging to the Kansas 1st, some of my men. I understood that Burris was anxious to give me a thrashing. Not wishing to lose more than 25 men at one time, I thought I would try him with the aforesaid number, but while I was waiting for him to come out from camp that I might devour him or be devoured, 48 of your men coming from Lexington with 3 wagons had the audacity to fire on my pickets, and very imprudently asked me to come out of the bush and fight them. I obeyed reluctantly. They dismounted and formed on a hill. I formed under their fire under the hill and charged. They fled and I pursued. You know the rest. If you do not, I can inform you. We killed 10 on the ground and wounded as many more. Had all of my men done their duty, we would have killed 30 of them. Farewell, friend. To Burris. Burris, I love you. Come and see me. Goodbye, boy. Don't get discouraged. I glory in your spunk, but damn your judgment. General Brown. General, I have not the honor of being acquainted with you, but from what I have heard of you, I would take you to be a man of too much honor as to stoop so low as to incarcerate women for the deeds of men, but I see that you have done so in some cases. I do not like the idea of warring with women and children, but if you do not release all the women you have arrested in Lafayette County, I will hold the Union ladies in the county as hostages for them. I will tie them by the neck in the brush and starve them until they are released, if you do not release them. The ladies of Warrensburg must have Miss Fickle released. I hold them responsible for her speedy and safe return. General, do not think that I am jesting with you. I will have to resort to abusing your ladies if you do not quit imprisoning ours. As to the prisoner Irvin you have in Lexington, I have never seen nor heard of him until I learned that such a man was sentenced to be shot. I suppose that he is a Southern man, or such a sentence would not have been passed. I hold the citizens of Lexington responsible for his life. The troops in Lexington are no protection to the town, only in the square. If he is killed, I will kill 20 times his number in Lexington. I am perfectly able to do so at any time. Yours respectfully, W. Anderson, commanding Kansas 1st Guerrillas. End quote. Anderson had this letter sent into Lexington, probably in the hands of some local who visited his camp, and then he hung around Lexington for 4 more days waiting for a response. And I want to emphasize how brazen this really was. I mean, bushwhackers were hit-and-run guerrilla fighters. Their strength lay in their mobility and in their knowledge of the terrain, which enabled them to hide effectively and strike without warning from places they weren't expected. But here was Anderson just hanging out with no more than about 50 men, and the entire Lexington garrison knew exactly where he was. The garrison was a small one, but still had several hundred men, which substantially outnumbered Anderson, but they never made any move against him because they were too cowed by the bushwhacker reputation, plus the fact that they overestimated his strength. So Anderson was able to just hang out right next to this federal garrison for almost a week total without being attacked or harassed in any way. But a response to the letter never came, or any other activity from the Lexington garrison for that matter. And eventually, Anderson figured he didn't want to push his luck anymore, so he split up his men into smaller groups and moved on. And that's when his rampage through central Missouri really got started. This is from Castell and Goodrich on Anderson's first visit to Carroll County. Quote, Anderson and 21 followers, late on the afternoon of July 11th, used a skiff to cross the Missouri River into Carroll County, where they promptly went on a rampage, murdering 9 civilians in less than 4 hours. One victim, on being told that he was going to be shot because he was a Unionist, cursed Anderson, whereupon little Archie knocked him down with a pistol butt, then cut his throat from ear to ear with a Bowie knife. Another unfortunate, a young German farmer named Solomon Baum, suffered in some ways an even worse fate. Thinking that the bushwhackers were militia because they all wore federal uniform jackets, he declared himself to be a loyal Unionist, although in fact pro-Confederate, a rare thing for Dutchmen to be in Missouri. Not until a rope was being placed around his neck did he realize his mistake, whereupon he fervently proclaimed his true sentiments and his reason for concealing them, to no avail. Anderson merely said, "Oh, string him up. God damn his little soul, he's a Dutchman anyway." The bushwhackers' blue coats brought on a similar fate, but in a different way for their next victim. Riding on, they came to the farm of Cyrus Lyons, who was digging a well with the aid of a neighbor while another friend watched. Anderson called Lyons to the fence and asked, "Why ain't you in the service?" "I do belong to the militia," Lyons answered, thinking that Anderson was a Union officer. "Well, why in hell ain't you out trying to drive out the bushwhackers? Didn't you know they were in the country?" "No, nobody's told me that. But I belong to Captain Calvert's company of Moberly's regiment, and while in service I always try to do my duty, and am ready to do it again." "Well, I guess you have done enough. I am Bill Anderson, by God." And so saying, Anderson shot Lyons dead. Several other guerrillas then leaped their horses over the fence and did the same to Lyons' 2 companions. Resuming their march, the gang halted only to rob a family, threatening to kill both the husband and his wife, and at nightfall crossed the Grand River into Sheridan County. Such was Anderson's first unforgettable visit to Carroll County, and it would not be his last. End quote. They rode east through Sheridan into Randolph County to the town of Huntsville, which was a homecoming for Bill and Jim Anderson. Huntsville is where the Anderson family had lived before moving to Kansas in 1855. This return wasn't nearly as spectacular as Quantrill's return to Lawrence, but the Andersons took $50,000 in cash from the bank, along with other assorted plunder, and killed at least one local Unionist, a salesman named George Damon. They spent the next couple of weeks tearing up railroad and telegraph lines and especially engaging in their newly discovered pastime of shooting at steamboats on the Missouri River. They weren't the only ones doing this, apparently, because travel on the river got so hazardous in mid-July that General Brown first ordered that no steamboats would travel upstream of Jefferson City without an armed escort on board, then stopped traffic on the river completely for a time. Brown also intensified his anti-guerrilla campaign. Brownlee writes, quote, "Between July 1st and July 20th, he sent out over 100 patrols, fought the guerrillas 28 times, and killed nearly 100 of them. In the same period, he lost 42 men killed and 2 seriously wounded. His cavalry had marched a total of 10,000 miles. Brown's men took no prisoners, but for each partisan they exterminated, 2 more seemed to spring up and go in the bush." End quote. By the end of July, they were headed back west from Allen, which is present-day Moberly, Missouri, towards Huntsville. They'd scattered to avoid a superior force of pursuing Union cavalry, but the cavalry column got complacent on their way back to their post at Glasgow, and the Anderson gang reformed and ambushed them, killing 2. Both bodies were later found scalped and mutilated. According to a report in the Missouri Statesman on August 5th, one of them had cut from the forehead, quote, "a round portion of skin about the size of a Mexican dollar," end quote, and from the other, quote, "a longer piece was taken, extending from the forehead to the region of the left temple," end quote. And pinned to one of the bodies was a note written by either Archie Clement or Bill Anderson himself, which read, quote, "You come to hunt bushwhackers. Now you are scalped. Clement scalped you. William Anderson." End quote. It seems Anderson's gang was getting bolder by the day. Scalping wasn't just for trophies, and mutilation of the dead wasn't just for fun, although Archie Clement probably enjoyed every second of it. Just like the Predator, they were going out of their way to send messages now. Come after us, and this is what'll happen to you. And the terror tactics were working, too. Anderson's reputation was growing, and the local militias were petrified of him. There's multiple accounts of Unionist militia units being so skittish while hunting Anderson that they'd come across other Unionist militia units, mistake them for bushwhackers, and immediately flee and scatter into the bush without a shot being fired. That's exactly why the guerrillas took to wearing federal uniforms after all, to confuse and terrify the enemy. The Federals and their allies were adapting, though, slowly but surely. Many units started adopting the revolver as a primary weapon, just like the bushwhackers, although they usually only carried 1 or 2 pistols at a time, rather than the half dozen or more that the bushwhackers sometimes carried. Some specialized guerrilla hunter units started wearing civilian clothes on patrol, and adopted the same tactics and habits as the bushwhackers to try to gain an edge. Not all of those had the approval of their chain of command to do that, by the way. Some of them just went rogue and started freebooting like the Redlegs and the bushwhackers. And of course, when the Federals failed to catch Anderson, Todd, Yeager, or any of the other guerrilla bands, they would instead take out their frustrations on the civilian population. Remember, Anderson was operating in central Missouri at this time, not in the border counties covered by General Order No. 11, so there were still plenty of intact houses in the countryside, and many of those got burned in the summer of 1864. It became a nightly occurrence to see the glow of fires on the horizon in multiple directions as houses went up in flames, and just as common to see the sky filled with smoke during the day. And the Kansas Jayhawkers were back in the mix too, because of course they were. The Red Leg commander Charles Jennison was back in charge of a new regiment, the 15th Kansas. When a Pawpaw militia unit at Camden Point, north of Kansas City, under a Colonel Calhoun Thornton, revolted and went over to the Confederates, Jennison was the one who went to put down the rebellion, and after driving Thornton out of town, proceeded to punish the town itself. Lieutenant James Childs, a member of Jennison's regiment, wrote the following, quote, "A short time after entering the town, a man named McCormick rode into our lines and, being recognized as a bushwhacker, was immediately arrested. He did not know that Thornton had been driven out, imagined all was right, and tried to pass himself off as one of Jennison's men. McCormick was marched into camp, and we disposed of him. One Olvis, formerly of the militia, who had joined the guerrillas at Platte City, was captured, having his leg broken. He recognized one of his captors and called him by name, and received in reply, 'Olvis, you are in damned bad company.' One of the party then held him up, and another placed his carbine close to the prisoner's head, fired, and the soul of Olvis was in the presence of his maker. Once in possession of the town, a sad scene of pillage and destruction commenced, such as we hope never again to witness. Several of the citizens were arrested and taken to headquarters. Houses were burned and pillaged, and the heavens for miles around were lighted up with the flames. The bodies of 2 of the dead guerrillas were cast into the flames and also consumed. Late into the night, the fires continued, and again in the morning were renewed. About 2/3 of the town was destroyed. The fine residence of Dr. Thomas, living at the edge of town, was a smoldering heap of ashes as we passed in the morning, and it was reported that the doctor had been taken out and shot. He was an old man, bore a good character, but it was reported that he had visited a sick guerrilla, hence his fate. Other citizens in the neighborhood no doubt shared the same fate." End quote. Jennison continued south toward Kansas City, burning Platte City and Parkville to the ground on the way. Then a different member of the expedition wrote the following about Jennison's encounter with a Unionist storekeeper named J.J. Throckmorton. Quote, "Jennison saw him and walked up to him. He learned that he was a Missourian. As soon as he learned that, he drew his pistol and shot Throckmorton dead. Jennison talked in an excited manner as he stood, smoking revolver in hand, over the dead man. He said all Missourians were alike, all disloyal. Waving his weapon, he said further that any man who brought him a prisoner while on this expedition would receive from him just what he had given Throckmorton." The following day, Jennison and his command were marching along a road near Parkville. An old man was discovered mending a fence by the roadside. He was too old to have harmed the government. His beard was long and white. Jennison asked him his name and made no reply when the old man told him. Jennison drew his revolver and shot him dead in his tracks. End quote. Anderson's gang swelled to a strength of close to 100 men as his reputation grew and recruits flocked to his banner. Dick Yeager was killed in a gunfight near Arrow Rock in July, and many of his men came over to Anderson after that, including one Frank James and his 16-year-old brother Jesse. Throughout August, he operated in Carroll, Sheraton, and Howard counties north of the Missouri River, leaving a trail of scalped and mutilated bodies behind him as the Federals tried and failed to kill him. Union authorities in the region were about at their wits' end. In their Bloody Bill biography, Castell and Goodrich write, quote, "Clearly the bushwhackers, in particular Anderson's gang, believed that they held the upper hand, a belief that could only have been strengthened by an encounter that took place near Rocheport on August 28th. On that day, a large mounted patrol of the 4th Missouri State Militia clattered from the ferry opposite Boonville and set off on a scout in quest of guerrillas. They soon found them. As the Federals rode north along the Fayette Road, they spotted 2 horsemen up ahead and immediately gave pursuit. Not until they heard the shrill yells and crack of revolver fire in the woods behind them did they realize too late that they had galloped into a trap. Panicked by the onslaught and unable to turn in the narrow road, they broke in wild rout. Most of the bushwhackers continued to chase the fleeing foe, killing and wounding a dozen or more. Others swarmed over 7 wounded soldiers lying on the ground. First, they stripped off their uniforms. Then, as the soldiers watched in helpless horror, the raiders pulled out large, sharp knives and stabbed some of the victims in the heart, cut the throats of others, and either castrated or scalped or did both to all of them. As a final touch, they looped a rope around the neck of a militiaman who had been skinned and left his body dangling from a tree branch. That way it would be obvious to all who had performed these deeds: Anderson's bushwhackers. Following the ambush, Anderson ordered his men to scatter among the nearby Perch Hills. Again, strong Union forces were concentrating against them. With a group of about 28, Anderson went to Rocheport, a village perched beneath high bluffs overlooking one of the main crossings along the Missouri River. The staunchly Secesh inhabitants welcomed the bushwhackers, who in turn refrained from their usual depredations. In effect, Anderson took another vacation from the war and killing. His last one, as it turned out. Anderson remained at Rocheport, which he dubbed "my capital," for 2 weeks. He and his followers devoted most of their time to getting drunk and staying that way. When not drinking, they occasionally sallied forth to the riverbank and fired on passing steamboats, forcing them to turn back. They allowed one boat, a tug, to dock, then captured it, killing a crew member in the process. Soon traffic on the Missouri between Jefferson City and Boonville ceased entirely. End quote. The vacation ended in mid-September when a detachment of 5 of Anderson's men was surprised and killed by a federal patrol at a farmhouse outside town, which enraged Anderson enough to go back into action. After a couple more weeks of skirmishes, chases, and more dead and scalped men on both sides, Anderson finally decided he needed to send a message. For that, he would go to the town of Fayette, which housed the 9th Missouri, the unit which had been hunting him for most of the month. On his way to Fayette, by coincidence, Anderson ran into a large force of bushwhackers led by George Todd, and with them was none other than Bill Quantrill. With Quantrill apparently come out of retirement and riding with Todd of all people, Anderson must have figured something big was up, and as it turned out, it was. Todd relayed to Anderson the word he'd gotten earlier in September, that Price's invasion was getting underway even as they spoke, and now was the time for the bushwhackers to step up their game and cause as much chaos and confusion behind the Union lines as they could. And that just so happened to fit right in with what Anderson intended to do at Fayette. The success he'd seen over the last few months had made Anderson bold to the point of recklessness. As we've seen, he'd been far more brazen in his habits than bushwhackers had tended to be in previous years. He and his gang ruled the countryside, but now he intended to take the fight into town, attack the Fayette garrison there, and show them that they were no longer safe even inside their fortifications. He'd intended to do this with only the men he had on hand, but when Todd enthusiastically agreed to this idea, he was more than happy to add Todd's men to his own. The group Todd led was actually one of these larger gatherings of several different bushwhacker gangs that tended to only come together on special occasions, since there was a special occasion now that Price was on his way, and he had upwards of 200 men with him, which made upwards of 300 once Anderson's were added. Anderson and Todd were all too happy to go ahead with the attack on Fayette, but Quantrill advised against it. The garrison were not pawpaw militia, but proper Federals, and Quantrill was sure that they'd fight to the death, since they'd know good and well that Anderson would show no quarter if they surrendered. More importantly, he knew that there were several brick and stone buildings in town, which would most likely be fortified. As we saw in a past episode, Quantrill had experience with trying to assault stone buildings and knew that they pretty much negated the bushwhackers' firepower advantage, and that a determined defense of just a few men could hold off many times their number from inside as long as the attackers didn't have artillery. No, Quantrill said, this is a terrible idea, it's not going to go well, and even if you do succeed in taking the town, you'll lose too many men in the process to make it worth it. Well, Quantrill had no standing left among the men since his falling out with Todd back in the spring, and Todd and Anderson both thought he was just being a coward and said so, and decided to go ahead with the attack. Quantrill and the half dozen or so men still loyal to him decided to sit this one out. About 10:30 on the morning of September 24th, a column of men dressed in blue rode up the Fayette Main Street from the south. They were seen from a long way off, but they were dressed in their by now customary blue uniform jackets, and besides they were in an unusually large body for bushwhackers by this time, so the garrison at first took them to be one of their own detachments returning. Then as the column filed past a black man in a federal uniform coat standing on the side of the road watching them, one of the bushwhackers got trigger-happy, drew his pistol, and shot the man dead where he stood. That gave them away, and the garrison scrambled for cover in the brick and stone buildings. Quantrill turned out to be right. The bushwhackers charged 3 times, but the garrison held their ground from inside their buildings. Some of them were armed with a new kind of weapon, the Spencer repeating rifle, which was the next evolution of the Sharps rifle and allowed the soldier to fire 7 rounds before having to reload. That made the garrison all the more deadly, and the bushwhackers never had a chance. Anderson and Todd figured out pretty quick that it was just a waste of good men to keep trying. They retreated to the northwest down the Glasgow Road, and the whole thing was over in less than an hour. The bushwhackers suffered 13 dead, 5 of whom were left behind to be scalped and mutilated by the triumphant Federals, and more than 30 wounded. The only Federal killed was Private Tom Benton. He'd been standing sentry duty on the road when the bushwhackers rode up, and was caught out in the open and killed. His body was found in a cornfield outside of town, scalped, with the scalp nailed to a fence post nearby, and a note left on the body that said, quote, "This is the way we do business." End quote. I can imagine Quantrill watching all of this from a hilltop somewhere nearby and feeling pretty satisfied with himself that the attack went just as poorly as he'd predicted. Todd was in a mood after this failure, and after Quantrill left, he ordered some of his men to go after him and kill him. But the men said, "No, Quantrill had always treated them well, and the failure of the attack wasn't his fault anyway, so Todd started to go after the former captain himself until the men talked him out of it. Quantrill would never cross paths with Todd or Anderson again. And with that, Bloody Bill repented. He took the failure of this attack as a sign that, you know what, he was getting a little too reckless. This path he was on was a bad one, and it was only going to get him killed along with who knows how many of his men, and wasn't going to accomplish anything. So he decided to lay low for a while and reassess what he was doing. Just kidding, that's not what happened at all. That's the polar opposite of who Bloody Bill was. And the most infamous event in his career would take place 3 days later, on September 27th. Anderson is one of these guys who it's hard to really get into his head or know what he's thinking because he never left any writing behind except for that one letter that I read. But you can infer a few things based on his actions and based on reports of people who knew him and saw him. Obviously, he was insanely violent, and he was not what you'd call a cold, calculating killer. There's those reports of him foaming at the mouth with rage during battle. He was much more of a passionate, hot-blooded, emotional killer. And that was the baseline for him. Then you throw in the circumstances of September 1864. Whatever rage he'd already felt early in the war was only intensified by the death and mangling of his sisters in Kansas City, so that was always in the back of his mind. Then he just lost this fight at Fayette where some of his men were killed, but even more important was who he'd lost it to. The unit stationed at Fayette was the 9th Missouri Cavalry, which, as it turned out, had seen some limited success hunting Anderson's men, killing about a dozen or so in the couple of weeks leading up to the fight. And, of course, the bodies were left scalped and mutilated, which was basically standard practice by this time in this neck of the woods. So it was personal with the 9th Missouri, which had to have played a factor in why Anderson chose to make the attack on Fayette in the first place. Now he just lost to them again, and that had to have stung. One other thing to mention is that for some reason, the day before the fight at Fayette, the 9th Missouri had taken a prisoner from Anderson's gang, a sergeant named Cave Wyatt. Castell and Goodrich say it's basically unaccountable why they would take a prisoner unless they maybe thought they could extract some information from him, because certainly nobody was taking prisoners out of pity or mercy at this point. But the fact that they did take a prisoner will become important soon, so put a pin in that. The point is, it seems to me that in late September 1864, the passionate, maniacal, foaming-at-the-mouth killer, Bloody Bill Anderson, was quite possibly in the most passionate, most emotional, most enraged state he'd been in for the entire war. And that was about to have horrific consequences for whoever he ran into next. The couple of days after Fayette continued to be frustrating for Anderson. It seemed every town worth raiding had a sizable Union garrison, and although Todd had to learn the hard way about attacking fortified buildings, he had learned, and he was in no mood to repeat that. So the bushwhackers were getting restless and anxious to avenge their dead and scalped comrades. Besides that, they were anxious for Price to show up and do whatever he was going to do. They'd pulled all their strength together like this into the largest guerrilla force assembled in one place since Lawrence, which was risky, all for the purpose of preparing the way for Price, and they still had no idea what Price's plans actually were. On the morning of September 27th, Anderson took about 80 men into the town of Centralia on a request from George Todd to see if he could find any information on Price's whereabouts. As it turned out, Price would end up fighting a battle at Pilot Knob in southeast Missouri on this very same day, which we'll talk about later. The bushwhackers didn't know that yet, but they did end up finding out that Price was in the state. Centralia was not really much of a town, really more of a village, a stop on the North Missouri Railroad consisting of the train depot, 2 hotels, a couple of stores, and some houses, and a population of no more than 150 or so. It had been relatively untouched by the war up to this point, for the simple reason that there wasn't really anything there that either side wanted very much. But Anderson at this point was personally less interested in finding information on Price than in finding whatever loot he could for himself and his men. And he figured as a bonus, maybe a freight train would come by while he was there, and he'd be able to loot that too. The bushwhackers got there about 10 a.m., started looting, found a nice barrel of whiskey, and proceeded to get as drunk as they could as fast as they could, none more than Anderson himself. The men held up a stagecoach that came in and spent the next couple hours occupying themselves with looting, eating, and drinking. Then at noon, a train rolled in from the east. This was not a freight train, as Anderson would have hoped for looting purposes. It was a passenger train, and on the train, alongside the regular civilian passengers, were 24 Union soldiers of various units, most going home on 30-day furloughs, but some going home for good after being discharged. These were men fresh off the Atlanta campaign, on their way to homes in Minnesota, Iowa, and northern Missouri. Atlanta had fallen on September 2nd after almost 4 grueling months of campaigning, and these men were relieved to be on their way home. Only one of them would ever make it. The risk of guerrilla attacks on railroads was well known to all railroad employees by this time, but as they covered the last couple miles to Centralia, the conductor and the engineer weren't too worried. Bushwhackers had never attacked a passenger train before, only freight trains, and besides that, it was broad daylight. These kinds of attacks usually happened at night. But once the train pulled within sight of the town, the engineer James Clark could see blue-coated men near the depot piling up rails and ties on the track to stop the train. And that's when he knew. These were bushwhackers, and they intended to hold up the train. Clark's first instinct was to keep up his speed and try to ram through the obstacle, so he opened up the throttle all the way, but the brakeman, who didn't yet know what was happening, did exactly what he was supposed to do when the train drew close to a station, and ran down the aisle, setting the brakes on all the cars. Clark later wrote, quote, "I was running at 35 or 40 miles an hour, and about 2 miles east of Centralia I discovered a big crowd of men on horseback. At first I did not pay much attention to them, thinking that they were state troops as it was not unusual to find them any place. When about a mile away I remarked to my fireman that I did not like their actions and that we might strike the wrong gang this time. They fell in line on the south side of the track about 100 yards below the station. I glanced ahead and saw several men piling wood on the track to throw the train into the ditch. I told my fireman to look out for himself. I pulled the throttle wide open and dropped down on the deck. By this time I was in front of them, and they opened fire on us with a perfect shower of bullets into the engine and train. The guerrillas being on the south side of the track and the depot on the north, the brakemen did not see them until they opened fire on the train. The brakemen rushed into the cars and set all the brakes tight, which brought the train to a stop in front of the depot. The throttle was wide open, slipping her wheels, spinning on the engine, and there was a shower of bullets. I saw they had to be foiled, so I raised up and shut the throttle, and then dropped on the deck again. In 3 or 4 seconds, I saw half a dozen revolvers pointed at me and my fireman, demanding money, watches, valuables, etc. My fireman was shot in the breast, but it was only a flesh wound and did not amount to much. He asked them for God's sake not to kill us." End quote. Miraculously, none of the passengers were killed in the initial hail of gunfire, and the guerrillas swarmed onto the train to rob them. Here's an account from one of the passengers. Quote, "As soon as the train stopped, Anderson walked to the platform and ordered the passengers to march out. He was dressed in a federal soldier's coat, black pants, and a cavalry hat. He ordered the citizens, men, women, and children, to march in one direction where they were formed in lines 2 deep, and those dressed in soldiers' clothes were marched in an opposite direction. And getting off the platform, one citizen hung back. He was shot by Anderson and tumbled off between the cars. This had the effect of causing a stampede of passengers who rushed off the cars in great confusion. The passengers were then robbed of their watches, jewelry, and money. One young man was on his way to St. Joseph with his mother. He slipped $100 in greenbacks into his boot leg, and on demand handed over the balance. A guerrilla asked him if he had secreted any money, and he denied that he had. He was told that he would be searched, and if any funds were found on him, he would be killed. He then acknowledged that he had secreted $100 in his boot, which was drawn off by the guerrilla, the money obtained, and the young man shot dead. A gold watch was found in the boot of a German, and he was instantly killed. There were 24 soldiers aboard the train. Some were returning home on furlough, and some discharged. One was wounded in the leg and hobbled on crutches. All the soldiers were formed into line, and Anderson walked up to them and thus addressed them." This passenger quotes Anderson now. "You Federals have just killed 6 of my soldiers, scalped them, and left them on the prairie. I am too honorable of a man to permit any man to be scalped, but I will show you that I can kill men with as much skill and rapidity as anybody. From this time forward, I ask no quarter and give none. Every Federal soldier on whom I put my fingers shall die like a dog. If I get into your clutches, I expect death. You are all to be killed and sent to hell. That is the way every damned soldier shall be served who falls into my hands." Back to the passenger. Some of the soldiers remonstrated and declared that they were just from Sherman's army and had nothing whatever to do with killing and scalping his men. Anderson replied, "I treat you all as one. You are Federals, and Federals scalped my men and carry their scalps at their saddle bows." A line of bushwhackers with revolvers were then drawn up before the soldiers, who cried and begged for their lives, but every man was shot. All fell but one, who was shot through the shoulder. He dashed through the guerrillas, ran through the line of citizens, chased and fired at by the fiends, crawled under the cars, and from thence under the depot building. The building was fired, and he was soon forced to come out. He emerged from the smoke and flame, and with a club knocked down 2 of Anderson's men before they killed him. He fell pierced with 20 bullets. End quote. Now that passenger got one thing wrong. Only 23 of the 24 soldiers were actually executed. One was spared, a sergeant of the 1st Missouri Engineers named Tom Goodman. Goodman was on his way back home to Hollyville, Iowa on furlough, and the reason he was spared goes back to that bushwhacker who was captured the day before the fight at Fayette, Cave Wyatt. Of all people, Archie Clement suggested to Anderson that he spare 2 or 3 of the soldiers and try to exchange them for Wyatt, which was really a wild thing to suggest because prisoner exchanges of any kind were basically unheard of among Anderson's gang and their opponents. But Anderson agreed, and before the execution was carried out, he asked if there were any sergeants among the soldiers. He had to ask rather than just looking at their uniform insignia, because another thing that passenger leaves out is that the soldiers were made to strip when they got off the train, so they were all either in their underwear or stark naked as they stood in line. Goodman reluctantly stepped forward when Anderson asked for a sergeant, and to his amazement was spared and taken prisoner. The bushwhackers walked among the naked soldiers in line on the ground and finished off any who were still kicking. Castell and Goodrich tell it like this, quote, "The bushwhackers strode among the bodies, sometimes kicking them. If there a groan was emitted, a shot in the head would follow. One victim lay unconscious with a bullet above the eye, another in the face, and a third in the chest. Even so, his heel continued to dig at the ground, back and forth. Watching him, Clements remarked with characteristic humor, 'He's marking time.' The guerrillas finished off 2 other soldiers by crushing their skulls with rifle butts, and another by stabbing him in the throat. Anderson's words to the contrary, 2 soldiers had their scalps hacked off." End quote. The guerrillas set the empty train on fire and set it rolling down the track to the west toward Sturgeon, the next town on the line. They ordered the townspeople not to move the dead bodies or put out any fires, and then they took their prisoner and started riding out of town toward their camp to the southeast. But it wasn't quite over yet. From Castell and Goodrich again, quote, "Hardly had the bushwhackers left Centralia than they heard a familiar sound. Looking off to the east, they saw a construction train approaching the village. Anderson and the main body continued on toward their camp, but a large group broke away from the column. It halted the train just short of the burning depot. Wyatt's engineer had not stopped and reversed on spotting the flames and smoke is beyond fathoming, and proceeded to rob the crew and workmen. That done, the guerrillas placed a soldier's corpse across the track, then ordered the engineer to move the train up to the station. Horrified, he protested and pleaded, only to be greeted with howls of laughter and the brandishing of pistols. Easing back on the throttle, the engineer inched his train forward until, with a sickening crunch, the locomotive rolled over the body and sheared off the legs at the knees. The bump caused the front wheels to jump the track, thereby preventing more such acts and also demonstrating that in all probability Clark's attempt to ram through the obstructions on the track would have ended in disaster had there been enough speed to try. After setting fire to the tender and caboose, the bushwhackers rode off to rejoin the main body while the crew and workers began trudging back toward Mexico." End quote. That's Mexico, Missouri he's talking about, the next town down the line to the east, not Mexico the country. As brutal as this episode was already, the thing was just getting started. The execution of 23 soldiers and at least 3 civilians wasn't even half the total bloodshed that would happen on this single day in and around Centralia, because Federals were already on the trail. The 39th Missouri Infantry under Major Ave Johnson had filed out of Paris, Missouri, about 20 miles northeast of Centralia the night before, following reports of a different bushwhacker band about 80 strong that they mistook for Anderson's men. Johnston was eager to get at the guerrillas, thought they were cowards who would never stand and fight on equal terms, but although Johnston himself was an experienced guerrilla hunter, the 39th Missouri was a brand new regiment, and they were green. This is what Castell and Goodrich write about them. Quote, "The 39th Missouri was a new regiment, so new that it still was being organized. Most of its men were recruits so raw that they barely knew how to aim, fire, and reload their Enfield single-shot rifles, and when they drilled, any veterans who happened to be around laughed at their clumsy revolutions. But with Sterling Price's army coming up out of Arkansas and the guerrillas running rampant through central Missouri, every available unit had to be put in the field, ready for battle or not. Companies A, G, and H totaled only about 160 men, little more than half of their authorized strength, but soldiers were needed now. Later might be too late. Officially, the 39th was an infantry outfit, which is why it had the Enfields plus bayonets. Yet, except for a dozen or so men trudging along on foot beside the wagons, all the soldiers were riding as they marched out of Paris. To be sure, most of their mounts were mules, brood mares, and plow horses, and thus no match for the fast steeds of the bushwhackers. But they at least gave them a chance to catch up with those thieving, murdering prairie wolves. And if they did catch up with them, they would give them a good thrashing. That is, if the raiders didn't run away like the band encountered on the way to Paris. As everyone knew, bushwhackers fought only when they could attack by surprise from ambush and in overwhelming force. They never took on a stronger or equal foe, especially out in the open where they could not get in close with their revolvers. Since the Enfield had an effective killing range of 300 yards, there was little chance of guerrillas being able to use their pistols against the soldiers of Companies A, G, and H of the 39th Missouri. If they tried, they would be slaughtered." End quote. The 39th Missouri had no business trying to fight Anderson's bushwhackers. They were barely trained and poorly mounted. Most of them were teenagers. They had no idea what they were getting themselves into. But they found out real quick when they followed the smoke in the sky to Centralia, riding in from the east around 3 o'clock the afternoon of the 27th. The scene when they got there was vomit-inducing. The naked, bullet-riddled corpses of the soldiers, with the smashed-up heads and the missing scalps and legs, were still there on the ground collecting flies, while the citizens of Centralia stood around in a state of shock. Major Johnston talked to the townspeople to find out where the guerrillas had gone and how many men they had, and was told by Dr. A.F. Sneed that although only 80 or so had actually been in town, they had rejoined the rest of their comrades in camp, and the band totaled close to 400. Sneed told Johnston he'd be a fool to go after them with what he had. Not only was he outnumbered 2.5 to 1, not only were the bushwhackers far better mounted, not only were his men armed with single-shot muzzleloaders compared to the bushwhackers' half-dozen 6-shooters apiece, but he'd be taking green recruits who barely even knew how to reload up against some of the most seasoned and ruthless killers in Missouri, and probably in the entire nation. So it was like sending a house cat out to fight a full-grown Siberian tiger. Just absurd. Sneed was absolutely right that this was folly, but Johnston didn't listen. According to what he told Sneed, he decided to bank on the superior range of his men's rifles and rode out to the south after the bushwhackers. To make it even worse, he left 35 men behind in Centralia to guard his wagons, taking his numerical disadvantage from 2.5 to 1 almost up to 3.5 to 1. Anderson's bushwhackers executed their plan to perfection. 10 or so men acted as bait, retreating south down the Columbia Road out of Centralia and luring the 39th after them. About 2 miles south of town, they turned off the road to the east and disappeared over a ridge, and Johnston followed. When he got to the top of the ridge, he could see a tree line about half a mile away on the other side, where Anderson was forming a battle line. What Johnston couldn't see was a second line with more than twice as many men as the first, still concealed in the tree line, and even worse, more bushwhackers concealed in deep ravines on his left and right flanks. Johnston had been lured into a perfect three-sided ambush. I'm going to read from Goodrich's book, Black Flag, on how this fight went down because I like the way he uses first-hand accounts to tell this story. He starts with Tom Goodman, the prisoner taken earlier that day at Centralia, who miraculously survived this whole ordeal and lived to write his own account of it. At this point, he was with Anderson, and remember that he was still in his underwear this whole time. Goodman writes, quote, "After riding a circuitous route, the guerrillas seemed to have reached the spot where they purposed awaiting the onset of the Federal troops. A halt of 10 or 15 minutes took place here, and men were sent out by Anderson to observe the advance of the Federals. They soon reported back. They were nearer than the guerrillas thought, and had halted about a half-mile beyond and just over the crest of a hill that completely hid them from our view. Detaching Todd and some 125 men, he divided this force, sending Todd with half their number by the left around the south side of an old field, skirted by brush and scattered timber. The remaining half, led by Thrailkill, marched by the right. Anderson led the center and was to do all the fighting, the other force simply acting as a decoy to attract Johnston's attention, and were only to join in the affray in case Anderson did not succeed in routing the Federal line. As yet, we had not obtained a view of the Federal forces, and our disposition for attack completed, the guerrillas moved slowly forward to the summit of the hill. My guard and I rode immediately in the rear of Anderson's company. As we cleared the top of the hill and passed through a narrow belt of scattered timber, the Federal line burst upon our sight." End quote. Then he switches to Frank James, who was in Anderson's band that day. Quote, "The Yankees had stopped near the rise of the hill. Both sides were in full view of each other, though nearly a half-mile distant. The Yankees dismounted, gave their horses into charge of a detail of men, and prepared to fight. John Coger, a funny fellow in our ranks, watched the Yankees get down from their horses and said, 'Why, the fools are going to fight us on foot.' And then he added in seriousness, 'God help 'em.' We dismounted to tighten the belts on the horses, and then at the word of command started on our charge. For a moment we moved slowly. Our line was nearly a quarter of a mile long, theirs much closer together. We were still some 600 yards away, our speed increasing and our ranks closing up." End quote. Back to Goodman, quote, "The cry 'Charge' broke shrill and clear from the lips of Anderson, and with one long, wild shout, the guerrillas dashed forward at the full run. At the same moment, both Todd and Thrailkill, their men yelling like so many fiends, appeared on either flank. I saw at a glance the battle was already won by the guerrillas, and I was not astonished to witness one volley fired, and two hastily fired, by the Federals." End quote. Back to Frank James. Quote, "We were laying low on our horses. Only 2 of our men were killed, one being Frank Shepard. The blood and brains from Shepard splashed on my pants leg as he fell from his horse, but we couldn't stop in that terrible charge for anything. Up the hill we went, yelling like wild Indians. Almost in the twinkling of an eye, we were on the Yankee line. They seemed terrorized. Some of the Yankees were at fixed bayonets. Some were biting off their cartridges, preparing to reload. Yelling, shooting our pistols, upon them we went." End quote. And back to Goodman. Quote, "They were surrounded before they could possibly find time to reload their emptied pieces, and the guerrillas were riding around and in their ranks, firing and shouting, 'Surrender! Surrender!' They surrendered. Surrendered as we did at Centralia, with assurances of humane treatment. I felt the scene approaching would prove but a counterpart of what I had witnessed at the station, and I shut my eyes to prevent the tears from welling forth as I beheld the guerrillas proceed to disarm and render defenseless these prisoners of war. No sooner was this accomplished than hell was suddenly transferred to earth. No treatment too brutal, no treatment too cruel to satisfy the greed of that hellish crew. Men's heads were severed from their lifeless bodies, exchanged to bodies, labeled with rough and obscene epitaphs and inscriptions, stuck upon their carbine points, tied to their saddle bows, or sat grinning at each other from the tops of fence stakes and stumps around the scene. God knows the sight was too horrible for description. At the beginning of the battle, a detachment of 25 of Johnston's men sat holding the horses of the balance of their comrades who formed the line of battle. No sooner had the yells of the flanking party of guerrillas revealed their proximity than this squad sought safety in flight. It was the work of a moment only for the guerrillas to enter in hot pursuit, from 5 to 10 men chasing one Federal soldier, and away over the prairie as far as the eye could reach, this race for life continued. Such shouting, firing, running, and cursing, I suppose, was never witnessed before in a battle. I was told by the guerrillas they did not think more than 2 of the 25 escaped their murderous weapons, and that about 120 men were slain, belonging to Johnston's command. Fairly crazed with their success and the excitement of the battle and slaughter, the guerrillas started in a body for Centralia to finish their victory in the massacre of the escort left by Johnston at the station. Fortunately, some of the soldiers observed them coming and succeeded in mounting and getting away. Some few, however, were captured and killed. One man having shut himself up in an outhouse and being well armed, the guerrillas used their usual duplicity in order to get him out. He was assured by everything sacred that he would not be harmed. He was told Major Johnston and his comrades were all prisoners, and that if he came out and gave himself up, he should be treated as they had been. Accepting what they said in good faith, he opened the door and was shot dead on the spot. In a little while it was evident many of the guerrillas were again becoming brutally intoxicated, and in 1 or 2 instances difficulties occurred between them and some of the citizens of Centralia, which came near proving fatal to the latter. In one instance, a man's wife was defending her husband from the accusations of complicity with Johnston, when someone offered her some personal indignity. She instantly resented it with a blow, when the inhuman wretches felled her to the ground like a beast of slaughter, and otherwise maltreated her person. At last the order was given to return, and the drunken cavalcade straggled without order or discipline back to their camp. End quote. On the battlefield southeast of Centralia that really wasn't much of a battlefield, the bushwhackers reached the peak of their predator-like psychological warfare. This was enough to rival the Comanches and Blood Meridian, and in some ways it's pretty much the same thing, just with different costumes and weapons. I have a hard time imagining a scene more gruesome than this one, short of a bigger battlefield involving artillery. But even then, not that I've ever seen anything like this firsthand, but I have to imagine that as brutal as it must be to see a field full of bodies smashed up by artillery, there must be something uniquely horrifying about seeing a field full of bodies which have been deliberately taken apart by hand, by other men. Just the knowledge that somebody had to do this by hand adds a new dimension of horror to it, in my mind. Drawing from the report of a Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Draper, who came on the scene later and witnessed the aftermath, Castell and Goodrich sum it up like this in their Bloody Bill biography. And I'll give you another warning right here. If you don't want to hear this, just skip the next minute or so. Quote, "Some of the dead soldiers, almost all of whom had been stripped naked, lay twisted and crooked in their death agony, pinned down like bugs by bayonets. A dozen or so, including Ave Johnston, had been scalped. Still more were eyeless, earless, or had dark, oozing holes where their noses had been. Many lay with heads flattened into mush or smashed open like melons. Then there were those who had no heads. These had been cut off, stuck on rifle barrels, tied to saddles, or placed atop fence posts and tree stumps like jack-o'-lanterns. If a corpse had a head, it was likely someone else's. Here and there were bodies lacking hands and feet or arms and legs. Worst of all, though, was the naked body of a soldier whose genitals had been sawed off and then stuffed into his mouth. His contorted face testified that this had been done to him while still alive. Altogether, more than 100 corpses, most horribly mutilated, carpeted the ridge and the field behind it. Bushwhacker casualties totaled 2 killed outright, 1 mortally wounded. he died of lockjaw, and 10 wounded. The Civil War produced many slaughters, and many of them had much higher butcher bills. But few of them were as one-sided as this one 3 miles southeast of Centralia, Missouri, and none equaled it in gruesome, obscene viciousness. It was the war's epitome of savagery. Presiding over the slaughter had been Bill Anderson. Some claim that George Todd and John Thrailkill conceived and directed the entire operation. Much more likely is that all of the bushwhacker chieftains present conferred and agreed on the plan, which was merely a standard guerrilla tactic. In any case, Anderson had the leading role and performed it perfectly. More than that, it was his name that became linked to what happened in and near Centralia on September 27, 1864, with the result that he achieved a reputation that rivaled and in some respects surpassed that of Quantrill, as witnessed this editorial that appeared in the Leavenworth Daily Bulletin of October 7, 1864. Quoting that editorial, "As Anderson has taken the place of Quantrill in the management of cutthroats in Missouri, the question is often asked, who is this Anderson, who is more bloodthirsty than Quantrill? He is more of a fiend, if possible, than Quantrill." Back to Castell and Goodrich. "Henceforth he would be known, and remain known, as Bloody Bill Anderson of Centralia." End quote. Of the 115 or so men who rode with Johnston onto that ridge, only 4 made it back off. 2 of those were mortally wounded and died sometime later, and only 2 escaped with their lives. Between the massacre at the train station, the rout on the ridge, and the ensuing pursuit, almost 150 Union soldiers lost their lives. During the writing of this episode, I got the chance to go visit Centralia and see the massacre site in town as well as the battlefield to the southeast. I wrote a post on Substack about that. There's pictures in there of the monuments and a couple of videos I took while standing on the battlefield where I describe where things were and what happened. I'll put a link to that in the show notes in case anybody wants to check it out. Sergeant Tom Goodman spent 10 harrowing days riding with Anderson's gang as a captive before slipping away and escaping during a crossing of the Missouri River. He made his way to Fayette, where the federal garrison picked him up, and he was able to get back home to his wife and kids in Iowa and write his own account of the whole ordeal. It's honestly baffling why the bushwhackers would have spared his life at all. There was the Cave Wyatt thing, but then in the 10 days he had Goodman with him, Anderson made no attempt of any kind to actually exchange Goodman for Wyatt, which was ostensibly the whole reason he spared him in the first place. The Centralia Massacre tops anything else in the entire guerrilla war for sheer savagery. This episode has focused mainly on Anderson himself and how violent he was. I've even called him a psychopath, but it's worth pointing out here that as violent as he was still just one man, and he couldn't have carried out this butchery all on his own. Not even with the help of Archie Clement, who was an enthusiastic participant in the thing. Just like at Lawrence, there's no definitive way of knowing for sure how many of the 400 bushwhackers participated in the actual butchery, torture, and mutilation. But for them to have done what they did, that number had to have been significant. And so this brings up a couple of things. First, I think it shows the way that military units, and really organizations more generally, start to take on the character and personality of their leaders. Remember back at the beginning, we talked about Anderson's murder of Ingram Baker, and I said I could completely understand why he'd have a grudge against the guy and want to kill him, but did he really have to burn him alive? Even back then, Anderson was showing this tendency to take things a step beyond what seems reasonable, at least to me. Well, it's the same thing here. Totally understand why he'd want to fight this war, and I can even understand why he wouldn't want to take prisoners. But this kind of butchery and mutilation and torture was just a step beyond that, into the inhuman, into the demonic even. I don't know this for sure, but if you'll indulge me in a little speculation, I would venture a guess that out of the 400 or so guerrillas in the total collected band that did the killing at Centralia, the 80 or so specifically in Anderson's own gang likely led the way in the butchery of the prisoners. because these were the kind of men Anderson attracted to himself. And remember, this was the kind of behavior that Quantrill had been restraining before he dipped out of the picture. Because the second part of this is that the influence on character and behavior doesn't just work top-down from the leaders to the men. It also works up the chain of command from the men to the leaders, especially in these informal, semi-tribalistic organizations like bushwhacker bands. I'll remind you of what Thomas Reynolds wrote to Quantrill back in the spring before he was usurped by George Todd. Quote, "The history of every guerrilla chieftain is the same. He either becomes the slave of his men, or if he attempts to control them, some officer or private rises up, disputes his authority, gains the men, and puts him down." End quote. Now, I would never deny that Bill Anderson was an incredibly violent man. I've hammered that point repeatedly, and we'll talk a little later about an incident that really should leave no doubt as to what he was like. But at the same time, it's really hard to know to what extent he'd become a slave to his own men by this time. History is full of examples of soldiers who get out of hand when they're not reined in enough by their officers. These were the same men, many of them, who'd done the killing at Lawrence and Baxter Springs. By 1864, they were so far down into the depths of nihilistic savagery that I'm not sure Anderson could have stopped them from hacking up these men even if he'd wanted to. Castell writes in his Quantrill biography that the Centralia Massacre, quote, "marked their final and complete degeneration into a group of vicious, almost subhuman bandits and murderers. Deeds which most of them would have recoiled from in disgust as late as the spring of 1863 were now accepted as a matter of course." End quote. A couple of my friends who've been listening to this series have asked me, why are you so sympathetic towards Quantrill? And this is why. Remember, he wasn't at Centralia and didn't participate in anything like this. Even the Lawrence Massacre didn't approach this level of savagery. I think if you're going to judge people, you have to judge them based on the options that were practically available to them in their circumstances, not on some abstract ideal that doesn't exist in the real world. And the most useful comparisons, it seems to me, are people in similar circumstances. If you try to compare Quantrill to St. Basil the Great, well, of course Quantrill is going to come off looking pretty bad. But if you compare him to Bill Anderson, well, then he might start to look almost saintly by contrast. That's hyperbole, by the way. I'm not saying Quantrill was a saint. But how do you evaluate a guy who presided over something like the Lawrence Massacre, when the men he led, A, had plenty of legitimate reason to be angry at the people they were attacking, and B, if left unrestrained, might have done something like the Centralia Massacre, or worse? This is where I throw up my hands and say, I don't know. I'm not the judge of any of these people, not even Anderson himself or Archie Clements, and it's hard for me to even imagine finding myself in circumstances like this. But for them, it was their daily reality. Living in the bush, scrounging food, hunting men, being hunted by men. And I think it would almost take a saint to avoid becoming a Comanche-like savage under these kind of conditions. Again, I contrast these men with a guy like John Brown. All it took to turn Brown into a savage was ideology and a fanatic dedication to a heretical faith. I'll come back to this theme again later, but for as much benefit of the doubt as I give Missouri bushwhackers, I'm still a Christian. I still believe in free will, and I still believe people always have a choice. And Missourians found themselves in horrendous circumstances in the 1860s, circumstances that were not of their choosing. But my church's tradition is full of people who found themselves in equally horrendous circumstances and did not succumb, did not become savages. We call those people saints. The fact is, it was not circumstance alone that made Bill Anderson orchestrate and oversee the torture, mutilation, and butchery of almost 150 men in one day, enemy combatants though they may have been. That took choice. And the same goes for Quantrill at Lawrence and Baxter Springs, by the way. And the cherry on top of this is that the sheer nihilistic pointlessness of the killing at Centralia is even more pronounced than it was at Lawrence, because the Confederacy was on its last leg by this time. It was all but done. You'll recall that the soldiers who were pulled off the train and massacred were on their way home after the Atlanta campaign. Atlanta fell on September 2nd, 1864, and after that point, it would take some real Olympic-level mental gymnastics to try to think of a realistic path to victory for the Confederacy. Really, its best hope after the defeat at Gettysburg was to draw out the war long enough to make it too painful for the Union populace to want to continue, which would hopefully affect the 1864 presidential election and get Lincoln voted out in favor of a president who would make peace, like potentially McClellan. But the fall of Atlanta lifted spirits in the North just enough to keep things going, which led to a landslide victory for Lincoln in November, and, well, let's just say the Confederacy couldn't do much else than hope for a miracle after that. Also in the spring and summer of 1864 had been the Overland Campaign. Grant took personal command of the Union armies in Virginia, the Army of the Potomac and a few other assorted units, and decided he was going to take Richmond come hell or high water, no matter how long it took or how many lives were lost in the process, which led to what can only be described as the most brutal, slogging campaign of the entire war. The Army of Northern Virginia would never go on the offensive again after Gettysburg, but I said in a past episode that it could still do some serious damage, and it did in this campaign. Some of the major battles were the Wilderness, May 5th to 7th, Spotsylvania, May 9th to 21st, North Anna, May 23rd to 26th, and Cold Harbor, May 31st to June 12th. These battles have some of the most lopsided casualty ratios you'll see in the whole war, with the Confederacy inflicting casualties at a rate of usually at least 3-2, with the most lopsided being Cold Harbor with a rate of almost 5-2. But as lopsided as these ratios were, the Confederates were so outnumbered at this point that they were still not high enough to allow them to actually win a war of attrition. Grant understood the arithmetic of victory, as Bruce Catton put it. I think it was Catton, at least. I haven't read him, so I couldn't tell you for sure. Grant's M.O. for this campaign was basically to beat his head against the brick wall of Lee's defenses for a little while and then make a sidle to the left, as Shelby Foote puts it, trying to get around Lee's right flank, after which Lee would invariably move just in the nick of time to put himself again between Grant and Richmond, rinse and repeat for about 2 months. The reason the casualties got so lopsided is because this is where you really start to see the advancement of field fortifications. You saw some of this stuff at Vicksburg, but that was more of a static defense of a city, whereas during the Overland Campaign, the Confederates were building full-scale trench systems in the field basically everywhere they moved, out of necessity, really, since they were outnumbered so badly that they needed a force multiplier like trenches. Especially at Spotsylvania, you really start to see this almost proto-World War I style trench warfare, and because the Union were always on the offensive, they took the bulk of the casualties. But Grant kept advancing, and by the end of June, Lee was entrenched and besieged around Richmond and Petersburg. If you look at a map, you'll see Richmond, the Confederate capital, and then Petersburg about 20 miles south of it. And Petersburg served as a vital rail depot for supplying Richmond, so if Petersburg fell, Richmond would fall. The siege of Petersburg was really more of a campaign than a siege. It lasted from about June 1864 through the end of the war, and was really where the trench warfare hit its pre-World War I peak. Maybe the most spectacular event of the Petersburg campaign was the Battle of the Crater on July 30th, so named because the Union dug a tunnel under the Confederate trenches, packed it with 8,000 pounds of gunpowder, and exploded it, causing a crater to appear in the Confederate line. But the whole thing turned into a disaster when they failed to exploit the breach in a timely manner. The Confederates rushed reinforcements to the area, and the crater turned into a giant killing ground as defenders fired down into the stalled attackers packed in the bottom of it. Petersburg would turn into a brutal 9 months of trench warfare. Before I get too far off on this tangent about happenings back east, the point of all this is to say that by the time Sterling Price was stepping off on his invasion of Missouri, the Confederacy was already all but done for. Realistically, the chance that Price's campaign would have a significant impact on the bigger picture was slim to none. But that wasn't going to stop him from trying. On September 27th, the same day Anderson's men were massacring Union soldiers at Centralia, Price was marching headlong into another pointless slaughter at a place called Pilot Knob in southeast Missouri. But to explain that, we need to back up a couple days and look at how he got there. Price's intention at the outset of his campaign was to take St. Louis. Castell actually says in his book General Sterling Price and the Civil War in the West that if Price had taken St. Louis, even temporarily, it would have been a serious blow to the Union cause. He doesn't really explain that, and I have a hard time seeing how it could be the case. I mean, there's no way Price could have held St. Louis for any significant length of time, and I don't see how it could have made any difference after the fall of Atlanta. Maybe Castell thinks it could have hit Northern morale and affected the elections in November, but like I said, he doesn't explain it, and I don't really see it. But in any event, that never happened anyway, or even really came close to happening. I think most authors you'll read about this campaign will say that Pilot Knob was the battle that made it impossible for Price to make a serious attempt on St. Louis, but Castell actually argues that it's likely Price decided against attacking St. Louis as early as September 25th, 2 days before Pilot Knob. I could only speculate as to the reason Price reconsidered, but it's fair to say that taking St. Louis was always going to be a long shot in any case, and like I said, I have trouble seeing how it could have accomplished anything anyway. But the reason an attack on St. Louis was even something that could be reasonably conceived of in the first place was that William S. Rosecrans, the Union commander of the Department of Missouri, was in almost as tough of a situation as Price was. His department had been largely stripped of soldiers to provide troops for the more important campaigns in Georgia and Virginia, and he was down to about 11,000 total in the whole department. Those 11,000 were already stretched thin trying to deal with the bushwhacker problem in central Missouri. So Rosecrans' dilemma was that if he concentrated his forces to repulse Price, bushwhackers would run completely unchecked along the Missouri River, and it's not hard to imagine what that would have looked like. I'll actually just read you what Castell writes about Rosecrans in his Price book. Quote, "The Union commander in Missouri was Price's old adversary at Iuka and Corinth, Rosecrans, who had been transferred there after his defeat at Chickamauga. Since spring, Rosecrans had been hearing rumors that Price was on the way, and he had taken due note of the increased activity of the guerrillas and other pro-Confederate elements. Rebel agents, amnesty oath-takers, recruits, sympathizers, OAKs, and traitors of every hue and stripe had warmed into life at the approach of the great invasion," he subsequently related. "Women's fingers were busy making clothes for rebel soldiers out of goods plundered by the guerrillas. Women's tongues were busy telling Union neighbors their time was coming." His only uncertainty was when and where the blow would fall. To defend against Price, he had only 11,000 troops, mostly militia, scattered throughout the state in small detachments chasing bushwhackers. If he concentrated them prematurely along the Arkansas border, not only would Price be able to outflank him, but the guerrillas would overrun large areas in the interior, spreading terror and devastation. Therefore, in the beginning, all he could do was wait until Price's intentions became clear, meanwhile hoping that Steele would intercept the Confederates before they reached Missouri. Then he says in a footnote, "Grant criticized Rosecrans for not promptly concentrating his forces to meet Price at the Arkansas border, a view most historians have taken also. However, where Rosecrans was concerned, Grant always found fault. Given the situation in Missouri, it is hard to see how Rosecrans could have done other than he did." End quote. Rosecrans did get some help, though, in the form of another division led by Major General A.J. Smith, which arrived in St. Louis via the Mississippi River in early September to take care of the defense of the city. That division might have played a factor in Price's decision to call off the attack, but in any case, standing between him and St. Louis were about 1,000 men under Thomas Ewing, infamous among Missouri Confederates for General Order No. 11. These men were the garrison of Fort Davidson, a fairly formidable fort just in the northwest of Pilot Knob. On the night of September 25th, Price conferred with his generals on what to do about this fort, and Joe Shelby strongly advised him to just bypass it and move on to St. Louis. Speed was of the essence if any serious attempt on St. Louis was to be made, and since the garrison was all infantry anyway, it wouldn't be able to keep up with Price's cavalry, and therefore would pose no threat to his rear. But Price's more senior generals, Marmaduke and Fagan, recommended the opposite course, to take Fort Davidson before moving on, and their advice won out in the end. On the theory that he'd already decided not to attack St. Louis, Castell suggests that Price was thinking this would be an easy victory that would attract more recruits to his banner as he marched further north into the interior of Missouri. On September 26th, Fagan's troops led the push up the southern approaches to Fort Davidson through the towns of Arcadia and Ironton. Price had about 7,000 troops with him to make this attack, less than his total strength since he sent Shelby on a raid to the north to tear up railroad, but still amounting to about a 7-to-1 numerical advantage over Ewing's garrison. But Ewing decided to make a spirited defense, thinking that he wanted to delay Price as long as possible to give Smith time to dig in around St. Louis. He started by counterattacking Fagan's advance guard on the outskirts of Arcadia, which stalled the Confederate advance for a whole day. It took until about 10 a.m. on September 27th for Price to push Ewing out of Arcadia and Ironton and back into Fort Davidson. Not a promising start to the campaign. And it didn't get any better that afternoon at about 2 o'clock when the attack on the fort started. Owing to a combination of poor soldiering, poor coordination, and poor gunnery on the part of Price's artillery, this attack was a mess. Remember that these troops were not the elite Missouri units Price had fought with in 1861 and then east of the Mississippi in the Iuka-Corinth campaign of 1862. The men making up this army were the bottom of the barrel as far as troops in the Trans-Mississippi went. Deserters who'd been tracked down and brought back, unwilling conscripts, many of them not even armed, by the way. Depends who you ask, but I've seen estimates that something like a quarter to a third of them were unarmed, which is crazy to think about. But the way the attack went down, it might not have even made much of a difference if all of them had been armed. Price attacked the fort from the south, with Marmaduke's division on the left and Fagan's on the right. He specifically stressed the need for both divisions to advance on a line together at the same time, but that coordination fell apart almost immediately. Fagan's division ended up way out in front of Marmaduke's, then almost as immediately fell apart itself, with its inexperienced and low-morale troops routing and fleeing to the rear. Then the internal coordination of Marmaduke's division fell apart too, with different units advancing at different speeds, which meant that the Union defenders in the fort were able to concentrate their fire on whichever unit happened to be out front at the moment, and when that unit broke and ran, they'd shift to the next one, and so on until the whole attack was stopped in its tracks. To make it even worse, artillery support was almost non-existent. The 2 cannons Price had firing on the fort were silenced by counter-battery fire right at the beginning and became a non-factor. The whole thing was a disaster, not at all the easy victory that Price had hoped for and that Marmaduke and Fagan had promised. When night fell, Ewing was still in possession of the fort. Castell writes, quote, Ewing had won an amazing victory. With no more than 900 men, but with 16 cannons, he had repulsed an enemy force of 7,000 and inflicted well over 1,000 casualties while losing only 73 himself. The field south of Fort Davidson was littered with Confederate dead and wounded, and the groans and screams of the latter made the night hideous. Also, according to a federal account, Price's men had filled up pretty well with whiskey at Ironton before attacking, and after their dead had lain on the battlefield during the afternoon, the stench was fearful, smelling like an overcrowded grog shop. End quote. Ewing figured he'd done enough at that point to delay Price, and he was still in a precarious position, so that night he evacuated the fort and spent the next 2 days retreating to Harrison, which is modern-day Leesburg. How did he get out of the fort in the presence of such a numerically superior enemy, you might ask? And the answer to that is either lack of energy or maybe just sheer incompetence on the part of a brigade commanded by Archibald Dobbin, which had been assigned to cover the Potosi Road leading out of the fort to the north. They were very much in position, but Ewing's men slipped by them without a shot being fired. Castell sums up the battle like this, quote, Ewing's escape from Fort Davidson was an incredible exploit, but only equally incredible carelessness on the part of the Confederates made it possible. For this, Price personally cannot be held responsible. He anticipated that Ewing might try to flee by the Potosi Road, and so stationed Dobbin's brigade across it, as well as ordering Shelby to hasten back to the army. Yet Dobbin's men failed in this simple assignment, and the dispatches to Shelby miscarried. Ewing then eluded pursuit by a combination of luck, fortitude, and favorable terrain. Of course, the greatest Confederate blunder was to attack Pilot Knob in the first place. As Shelby pointed out, its small garrison of infantry was no threat to the invaders, and the flour, bacon, blankets, and unusable cannons that the Confederates found in the fort were small compensation for the terrible cost of capturing it. In the opinion of Shelby, Edwards, and other critics, Price should have ignored Ewing's force and pushed on from Fredericktown to St. Louis, which they contend he could have easily seized. This last, however, is extremely doubtful. Most likely, any attempt to enter St. Louis, defended as it was by Smith's hard-fighting infantry, would have produced an even greater debacle than Pilot Knob. Price, therefore, probably did the right thing in abandoning the St. Louis enterprise. And he should have done the same as regards Fort Davidson, instead of letting himself be swayed by Marmaduke and Fagan. By attacking the fort, he not only seriously crippled his army, but wasted valuable time. For in addition to the 2 days spent in the actual assault, another 3 days were used up in chasing Ewing and regrouping the army. Price remained at Pilot Knob until September 29th. Then, after sending some of Shelby's cavalry in a feint towards St. Louis, he began marching in the direction of Jefferson City. The second phase of the Great Raid was underway. End quote. If Price had envisioned this great invasion that would lead to a grassroots uprising of secessionist support and retake Missouri for the Confederacy, this was not a promising start. But he was still hopeful. If he could get to Jefferson City and install a pro-Confederate Missouri government, even temporarily, he might attract the recruits he wanted, especially as he moved on into the heart of guerrilla country along the Missouri River. But the march from Pilot Knob to Jefferson City was just as plagued by disorder and incompetence as the attack on Fort Davidson had been. It's not exactly surprising that this army lacked discipline, made up as it was of the offscourings of Confederate military manpower, and as it turned out, they might have done almost as much plundering as Federal forces had in 1861. Governor Reynolds, who I'll remind you was a Confederate, was riding along with Price on this expedition in hopes of being reinstalled in Jefferson City, and he wrote, quote, "It would take a volume to describe the acts of outrage. Neither station, age, nor sex was any protection. Southern men and women were as little spared as Unionists. The elegant mansion of General Robert E. Lee's accomplished niece and the cabin of the Negro were alike ransacked. John Dean, the first civilian ever made a state prisoner by Mr. Lincoln's government, had his watch and money robbed from him in broad day, as unceremoniously as the German merchant at Fredericktown was forced, a pistol at his ear, to surrender his concealed greenbacks. The clothes of a poor man's infant were as attractive spoil as the merchant's silk and calico, or the curtain taken from the rich man's parlor. Ribbons and trumpery gewgaws were stolen from milliners, and jeweled rings forced from the fingers of delicate maidens whose brothers were fighting in Georgia in Cockrell's Confederate Missouri Brigade." End quote. The efforts of Price and his senior officers to crack down on the plundering were mostly fruitless, and the army seemed to be doing everything it possibly could to alienate the very people Price was hoping to recruit from. The other effect the plunder had was to slow down the army's rate of march to an inexcusable average of about 15 miles a day, which wasn't even particularly good for infantry, but considering that Price's army was all cavalry, they should have been making at least twice that pace. It took them until October 7th to show up at Jefferson City, by which time the capital had been heavily fortified and reinforced, to the point where assaulting it would be suicidal, especially given the Army's recent track record for assaulting fortifications. Castell writes that if they'd marched at a more reasonable cavalry pace, the Federals wouldn't have had time to reinforce Jefferson City, and they'd have found it practically undefended. But as it was, Price had to bypass the capital, abandoning his plan to install a Confederate state government. By this time, Price must have known that his invasion had turned into more of a raid. He wasn't going to be able to sustain himself in Missouri for any length of time, or hold any territory, and the best he could hope for now was to gather recruits, damage some federal territory, and retreat back to Arkansas. He figured the best way to damage federal territory was to get out of Missouri and cross the border into Kansas, which had gone relatively untouched since the Lawrence raid in 1863. To that end, he marched west, up the Missouri River from Jefferson City. On October 10th, he marched into Booneville. and that's where he met Bloody Bill Anderson. Anderson and his men rode into town the next day to meet Price. And all the accounts of this say that the bushwhackers just casually rode into town with the bridles of their horses decorated with human scalps. I haven't seen this mentioned anywhere, but I wouldn't be one bit surprised if some, or maybe even many of them, came in with other body part trophies like ears and fingers taken from the dead. Just imagine being a soldier in Price's army with little or no prior involvement in the guerrilla war, coming into Boonville and seeing that. They must have been thinking, what hell world have we crossed into? This is insane. One of the first things Anderson's men did was to try to shoot some Union prisoners Price had taken over the previous few days. Price was outraged at this and was able to intervene and stop them. Then he told Anderson he wouldn't meet with him until he got rid of the scalps, which Anderson did, and then presented Price with a gift of 2 silver-mounted revolvers and a nice decorative wooden box. I like to imagine myself in Price's shoes here, meeting a guy like Anderson. Anderson was fresh off Centralia at this time, which Price would have known about from newspapers picked up along the way. But even so, Price would have most likely been predisposed to give bushwhackers the benefit of the doubt when it came to things like reports of their activities that might be exaggerated by Union propaganda. But now he actually meets the guy in person, sees the scalp trophies, and sees his men instantly try to murder a bunch of prisoners. And if I were in his shoes, I imagine I'd be thinking, maybe the Union propaganda actually undersold this guy. Then Anderson offered him the gift of the revolvers, which were most likely stolen, by the way, probably off a dead man, quite possibly one of the same men whose scalps adorned Anderson's horse. And just looking at a picture of Anderson, you can see the intensity in his eyes, and you have to imagine it would be infinitely more intense to actually see him standing in front of you. And if I'm Price, I'm thinking, maybe I don't want to offend this guy. So Price accepted the gift and said, quote, "If I had 50,000 such men, I could hold Missouri forever." End quote. That might not have been entirely wrong, but Price probably wouldn't have liked what the state would look like when 50,000 such men were occupying it. But he decided to make use of Anderson's men. He presented Anderson with the following order. Quote, "Special Order, Headquarters, Army of Missouri, Boonville, October 11th, 1864. Captain Anderson, with his command, will at once proceed to the north side of the Missouri River and permanently destroy the North Missouri Railroad, going as far east as practicable. He will report his operations at least every 2 days. By order of Major General Price, McLean, Lieutenant Colonel and Assistant Adjutant General." End quote. Price also sent a message to Quantrill, ordering him to tear up a railroad. Apparently, he didn't have the most up-to-date information on internal bushwhacker power struggles and thought Quantrill was still in command. Price has gotten criticism over the years for deciding to employ such ruthless killers as Anderson's men. But Castell rightly points out in his book on Price that basically beggars can't be choosers. Just like everybody else in the Confederacy by 1864, Price was seriously hurting for men to fight the war with, and he was in no position to turn anybody away. A sizable chunk of his army was made up of returned deserters, after all. And in terms of man-for-man combat effectiveness, there was probably no better light cavalry in the whole of both nations than Missouri bushwhackers. They were certainly miles better than any of the deserters and conscripts that made up half of Price's army. So in a sense, you can't really blame the guy for trying to make use of the men available to him. But what he might not have accounted for was the fact that bushwhackers by this time were not exactly used to operating under a formalized command structure. Like we've said before, they operated under a system of almost tribal loyalty. There's a famous story of Anderson where a new man wanted to join his outfit, but Anderson didn't think he was up to snuff. But whoever this guy was, he was persistent and kept arguing the point until Anderson spit in his face, at which point the man punched Bloody Bill in the mouth and knocked him to the ground. Anderson got up, rubbing his jaw, and said, "Any man who was ballsy enough to do that could ride with him. You're good. You can join." The point being that Anderson's authority, just like Quantrill's and Todd's, was based on personal skill and charisma and relationships with the men he led. Well, none of the men had anything like that kind of relationship with Price. To them, he was just some guy in a gray suit, and why would they follow his orders? Well, as it turned out, Anderson basically ignored Price's orders completely. He did some nominal damage to the North Missouri Railroad, but not enough to really affect anything, and for the next week or so, followed in the wake of Price's army as it marched towards Kansas City. This was a rare opportunity for Anderson because the region was now stripped bare of federal troops, since they'd all retreated to the west ahead of Price to concentrate for a counterattack, which left Anderson free rein to do whatever he wanted to whoever he wanted with no chance of intervention by Federals. He and his men made full use of the opportunity, murdering and robbing people enough that I'd start to sound like a broken record if I told you about every single incident. By October 18th, Price's army was in Lafayette County, but around then, Anderson turned around and went back east to Glasgow for reasons that aren't exactly clear. It's possible he'd heard of Quantrill's score from the day before. Quantrill was active again by this time with a small band, and he'd hit the bank in Glasgow and stole $21,000, and it's possible Anderson figured the banker might have more hidden somewhere. He turned out to be right about that. There was another $32,000 buried in the banker's yard, but Anderson wouldn't get his hands on much of that, as it turned out. But the reason this trip to Glasgow is notable is not because of any stolen cash. It's notable because it includes an incident that I think, more than any other, reveals the character of Bill Anderson, or at least what he'd become by this time. In Glasgow, there lived a man by the name of Benjamin Lewis. He was a fantastically wealthy man. He'd been born into money and then made even more of it over his 52 years. He was also a staunch Unionist, despite owning 150 slaves at the beginning of the war, and was personal friends with Lincoln, apparently. To show his support for the Emancipation Proclamation, he'd freed his slaves in 1863, hired some of them on as paid laborers, and let the rest go where they pleased. But more than any of that, the thing that made him the most hated by Confederates was that throughout the war he'd employed spies to try to suss out Confederate sympathizers in the neighborhood and help the federal occupiers enforce their harsh penalties. Lewis had been pretty safe in Glasgow up to now, owing to the presence of the garrison, but then on October 15th, the garrison surrendered to Price's army after a morning-long fight. Price moved on to the west, and then there was no one, either Federals or Confederates, to protect Lewis from bushwhackers or anyone else who decided they might want a piece of his wealth. He had to have known that eventually Price would be defeated and the Federals would move back in, but until that happened, he was uncomfortably vulnerable. And then, on October 21st, he got a visit from the last man he would have ever wanted to get a visit from. About 10 o'clock that night, he was in an upstairs room of his palatial mansion when two heavily armed bushwhackers rode up outside, and Lewis's wife, Eleanor, let them in. She tried to convince them that she didn't know where her husband was, but when they threatened to burn the house, she had to bring him downstairs. The leader of the two was, of course, Bill Anderson, and he had another bushwhacker named Ike Berry with him. By the time Lewis made it downstairs, Anderson and Berry were sitting at the dining room table helping themselves to any liquor they'd been able to find, already good and drunk by all appearances. I'm going to read what happened next from Castell and Goodrich. Their account draws from reporting in the St. Louis Daily Missouri Democrat, and from how much detail there is, it seems like the paper must have gotten the story from someone who was there and witnessed it, most likely Eleanor. So Castell and Goodrich write, quote, "Here is an old Union man," Anderson said, looking up at Lewis. "I have heard of you, and old Price has heard of you down in Arkansas and Texas. You have done more damage to our cause than any 10 men in the state." Mrs. Lewis tried to interrupt, but Anderson told her to shut up, as he did Lewis when the latter started to speak. Then, coming to the point, he warned Lewis that if he turned over his money, he would live. If he did not, he would die. It was as simple as that. It would do him no good, Anderson added, to lie, for he knew that there were vast sums in the house. Lewis left the room and returned with $1,000 in silver and paper. It was all there was, he said. Without a word, Anderson stood up and brought the butt of a revolver smashing down onto Lewis's head. The stunned man crumbled to the floor. As screams from terrified women filled the house, the two bushwhackers went to work. Hovering over their victim, they lashed him with the long barrels of their pistols, mixing the blows with obscenities and terrifying Indian war whoops. Once more they demanded money, a lot more. Lewis, blood streaming down his face, pleaded that he had no more. They answered with a new rain of kicks and punches. Then they forced Lewis to stand on his head against a wall. A ferocious blow to the stomach doubled him up, and he fell prone on the floor. After repeatedly kicking him with their heavy boots, they jumped up and down on him as though he were a mattress. The victim still weakly mumbled that there was no more money in the house. Anderson thereupon knelt down and stuck the barrel of a Colt revolver into Lewis's mouth. Perhaps furious memories flashed through his burning brain. It was men just like this one, big, wealthy, important, powerful, who had started it all, who had shamed his sister Mary Ellen, who had murdered his pa. He had killed Arthur Ingram Baker once. Now he would kill him again if need be. Only this time he would be there to watch him die and enjoy it. He rammed the pistol barrel down Lewis's throat, plunging it up and down, ripping the throat and pumping up gushes of blood. "How do you like that?" he screamed. "How do you like that? How do you like that?" After a while he stood up, delivered some more kicks to the body, and then ordered the black house servants, who were quaking in terror in the basement, to come upstairs. "You have been set free, have you?" he sneered. Then, looking down at the bloody heap on the floor, he added, "Yes, you damned old coon, you have set all your Negroes free." A sharp blow from the pistol slammed into Lewis's head. Anderson then selected a young black girl of 12 or 13 and led her into a bedroom for a different type of pleasure. When he finished, Ike Berry went in to take his turn. Kicking Lewis to his feet, Anderson again demanded more money, and again Lewis insisted there was none. Anderson thereupon aimed his revolver and sent a bullet through each of his victim's pant legs, scorching the fabric. Next, he yanked the fallen body upright, pinned it against the wall, drew his knife, and pressed its blade against Lewis's jugular vein. "This old fellow thinks more of his money than his life," he laughed as Barry returned from the bedroom, "and I'll cut his throat." With shrill Indian yells, he repeatedly pricked the bleeding throat. He also slashed Lewis's clothing and, along with Barry, fired a revolver so close to Lewis's face that it left powder burns. Finally tiring of these torments, Anderson dragged Lewis outside and dumped him onto the street. He then mounted his horse, a superb gray mare, and rode up to where the pathetic figure lay in the dirt. "Paw him! Paw him!" Anderson yelled while the animal struck and stomped the victim with its sharp hooves. An unnatural act for a horse, but one that Anderson had trained the mare to do. Two women, hitherto hidden, rushed up to the guerrilla and pleaded with him to stop. Lewis, answered Anderson, had been fined $5,000. Which, probably by no coincidence, was precisely the sum Lewis had proposed levying on Glasgow's Confederate sympathizers. If this amount was not paid soon, Anderson warned, he would kill Lewis. The women said they would try to raise the needed money, and went off to do so. Anderson and Barry thereupon carried Lewis into the town, broke into a store, and placed him on a counter. Bleeding and bruised from head to foot, his throat swollen and shredded, Lewis went into convulsions. His jerking and heaving became so violent that Anderson had Barry pile chairs on top of the old coon to keep him from falling to the floor. He then sat down and, between swallows from a whiskey bottle, gazed at Lewis with what an observer described as very small eyes that partially close when he is drunk and when furious emit a peculiar gleam which can never be mistaken. An hour or so later, one of the women, a cousin of Lewis, came with the money. $4,000 in paper, $1,000 in silver, much, if not most of it, contributed by banker W.E. Dunica. Anderson counted it out. Every dollar was there. The thought of putting a bullet in Lewis's head crossed his drunken brain, but on looking at him he decided not. The high and mighty millionaire was now nothing but a battered, bloody lump of flesh. Killing him would merely be doing him a favor. It was much better to leave him alive and suffering. So, after telling the cousin that he would rather have Lewis's life than the money, but that he was a man of his word, he collected his entire band and rode from the town off into the night. At daylight, Lewis, his body racked with terrible, excruciating pain, fled Glasgow with Eleanor and their 2 children. It was good that they left. A group of Anderson's men showed up at his mansion, forced 2 of the black female servants to cook them breakfast, and then after eating took turns raping both of them before leaving. On February 2, 1866, Benjamin Lewis died as a consequence of his torture. But for what it might have been worth to him, he had the satisfaction, before his death, of knowing that the man who had done these things to him was himself dead. End quote. Lest anyone think that Bloody Bill Anderson was just along for the ride and letting his men do the dirty work in all these mutilations and killings and massacres, I think this little incident should leave no doubt in anyone's mind as to what kind of man he was. And I hope it serves as justification for my colloquial use of the word psychopath to describe him. While Anderson was terrorizing more Unionists, Price was still marching west towards Kansas City. But before we get back to that, we need to back up a little bit and look at Jim Lane again, one of our favorite recurring characters around here. Because Price's raid will intersect with and influence Lane's political fortunes in kind of a wild way that really epitomizes everything about Kansas politics in this era. Throughout 1864, Lane had been embroiled in a political battle to maintain his supremacy in Kansas. He'd lost quite a bit of popularity for several reasons, not the least of which was the fact that people blamed him for the Lawrence Massacre because he'd interfered with Governor Thomas Kearny's efforts to raise a Home Guard regiment. That same Governor Kearny was one of his main opponents now, along with the old Robinson faction and a few others. Kearny's term as Kansas governor and Lane's term as U.S. Senator were both set to end in January 1865, and Kearny had an eye towards getting himself elected to Lane's seat for the next term. But he committed what turned out to be a major political blunder in January 1864 when he decided to use his powers as governor to hold the senatorial elections a full year early. Remember, at this time, U.S. senators were elected by state legislators, not by the people directly. Kearny knew that there was growing anti-Lane sentiment among the current legislators in office at that time, so he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to win himself an election. The Lane faction started their counterattack by boycotting the election on the grounds that it was fraudulent. Technically speaking, Kearny was within his powers to hold this election when he did, because the manner in which senatorial elections were held was left entirely up to the states at this time. But by April, even Kearny himself was admitting that it had been a blunder. The Lane faction was able to successfully argue that while technically legal, it was very contrary to standard practice to hold an election a full year before the start of the term it was for, and that before state legislators voted on a national Senate seat, it was only proper to first hold elections for new state legislators so that people would get a say in their representation. These arguments worked, and by the end of April, Kearny had given up his claim to the Senate seat for the next term. The political battle was just getting started, though, and throughout the rest of the spring and summer, it was fairly cutthroat on both sides. Lane was able to make good use of his personal friendship with Lincoln to help him out through this, and he even played a significant role in making sure Lincoln got the Republican presidential nomination that year. Charles Robinson opposed Lincoln's nomination, by the way, although he was far less politically relevant by this time than Lane. By the time Price started marching north, Lane seemed to be fading in the struggle. Castell writes in his book Civil War Kansas, quote, "Toward the middle of October, Lane's prospects of success appeared dim, and Robinson was gleefully writing his wife, 'I think the old devil has gone up.' Much of the discontent that resulted in the Kearny senatorial election persisted, and Lane had received heavy blows in the disaffection of D.W. Wilder and Leavenworth over the Clark nomination. On October 10th, the Republicans of Leavenworth County held a meeting which was controlled by Wilder and other anti-Lane men. They adopted a resolution calling for the election of a senator from Leavenworth, that is, Kearny, and when Dan Anthony attempted to break up the gathering, some of those present knocked him unconscious. Lane was deeply disturbed by the feeling against him in Leavenworth, and was reported as being very quiet and very blue. John Spear found him alone in a Leavenworth hotel room, lying in bed although it was daytime, and suffering from appalling melancholy, even aberration of mind. But before the election took place, the political situation was radically altered by a series of military events over which neither Lane nor his enemies had any control, but which were to be very helpful to the former and extremely harmful to the latter." End quote. As you might have guessed, those military events had everything to do with Price marching up the Missouri River towards Kansas City. In the second half of October, Kearny and his allies made their second big political blunder. Once it became known that Price was near Jefferson City and marching west, Samuel Curtis at Fort Leavenworth requested that Kearny call out the militia for duty to defend Kansas from invasion. Then, Castell writes, quote, "At this juncture, Curtis encountered serious opposition from the governor. Kearny, like many other Kansans, believed it unlikely that Price would invade the state. Consequently, he suspected that Curtis' intention to mobilize the militia was simply a political trick cooked up by Lane, with the purpose of taking and keeping the voters away from their homes and the polls until after Election Day, thus either preventing an election or making it possible for the Lane faction to win it. On the very day that Kearny received the request from Curtis to order out the militia, his newspaper organ, the Leavenworth Times, openly voiced this suspicion, and on the following day Saul Miller proclaimed in the Chief, quoting Miller now, "People of Kansas, do you know that General Curtis has entered into a conspiracy with Lane to call out the entire Kansas militia to compel their absence at election time? It is the only hope Lane has of succeeding. They admit that the danger is remote, but are determined to make Price's movements a pretext for taking the voters away into Missouri, or from their homes." Back to Castell. "Therefore, instead of complying with Curtis' request, Kearny asked that the call be deferred pending the receipt of additional information regarding Price's movements. He also suggested that the western counties share more of the burden of supplying the militia, since those on the border had been called upon many times before, those in the interior hardly at all. As Kearny's political strength lay in the eastern, Lane's in the western counties, the motive behind this proposal is clear." End quote. When the militia was finally called out, Kearny made sure it was led by a bunch of anti-Lane men, with George Deitzler heading it up and Charles Robinson among the staff officers. And for a while, it really did look to a lot of people like the invasion was a false alarm, and that this whole thing really was some kind of Lane political stunt. And to be fair, let's be honest, it absolutely sounds like something Lane would do. This attitude got so bad that the militia actually threatened to mutiny when they were ordered to march across the state line into Missouri, and Curtis was forced to keep them on the border to prevent this. But then, on October 19th, James Blunt's division skirmished with Joe Shelby's at Lexington. Remember, after the debacle at Baxter Springs in the fall of 1863, Blunt had ultimately ended up out at Fort Riley, but Lane called him back into action for this defense against Price. Once they got the word from Blunt, even Kearny had to admit that Price really was coming. This was serious, and now he and his friends looked like fools for trying to play this like a Lane political stunt. Price's advance continued to be slow throughout October. His army, which was supposed to arrive as a liberation force to the beleaguered secessionists of Missouri, instead continued to plunder at Boonville and everywhere else along its route. To be fair to the soldiers, plundering for food at least was made necessary by the abysmal supply situation. Sickness was rampant, especially in the Arkansan contingents. Many soldiers from the Missouri contingents, meanwhile, went AWOL for periods along the route of march, taking the opportunity to make unapproved visits to their homes as the columns marched by, which also contributed to the slowness of the march. The army became so scattered that if the Kansas militia and other federal forces in the area had been able to get their act together and attack in force, Price's army could have been destroyed completely right there. But since the Federals couldn't get their act together, in no small part thanks to the political strife in Kansas, the advance continued. On October 21st, Marmaduke's division got a taste of something new as they approached Independence. Blunt's division contested a crossing of the Little Blue River and held off Marmaduke with Spencer repeating rifles and possibly a few of the even more advanced Henry repeating rifle. While the Spencer magazine held 7 rounds, the Henry held 16. It looks a lot more like the classic cowboy lever-action rifle you've seen in old Western movies. and it could deliver devastating firepower in a war where the enemy was still armed with muzzleloaders. It was only used in limited numbers during the Civil War, owing largely to the fact that the Union Army's logistical system wasn't prepared to supply ammunition for it, but the Confederates who faced it in battle never forgot it. They referred to it as that damn Yankee rifle you could load on Sunday and shoot all week. I've talked a lot in this series about the advantages bushwhackers held over Federals owing to their revolvers. Well, it was the same thing here, except that the rifle could deliver that firepower at a much longer range than pistols could. Even though Blunt's division was sorely outnumbered by the Confederates once Shelby came up to support Marmaduke, Castell writes that if he'd been properly supported by the Kansas militia, he could have stopped Price's advance right there on the Little Blue. But again, the Kansas militia was in a state of near mutiny, and Blunt had to fall back when Shelby's division threatened to turn his flank. Now, although Bill Anderson wasn't really paying much attention to Price's orders, and Quantrill was at this time operating as more or less a bandit with a small gang of half a dozen to a dozen men at the most, Price did get some actual support from the bushwhackers, most notably George Todd, still leading Quantrill's old outfit. They joined Price at Boonville and were acting as scouts for Shelby's division. Brownlee writes in his book Gray Ghost of the Confederacy about this fight on the Little Blue. Quote, "The Confederates pushed the Kansans back and into Independence, where fierce block-to-block fighting took place. As the outnumbered Union troops retreated, George Todd and his scouts followed them closely. 2½ miles northeast of town, the guerrilla leader reined in his horse on a little rise and rose in his stirrups to watch the enemy. At that moment, a Spencer carbine ball fired by a Union sniper smashed into his neck, and he crashed from his mount. His men came to him quickly and found him suffocating in his blood, paralyzed and unable to ride. They carried him into town to the house of Mrs. Burns, where he was placed on a bed while attempts were made to dress his wound. He lived only an hour. George Todd was buried by his men that night in the Independence Cemetery. He had died fighting, the only suitable way for death to come to him. Old General Sam Curtis, who commanded all of the Union forces on the Confederate Western Front, took time in the middle of desperate battle on October 22nd to send his wife the following communication. Quoting Curtis now, "It is certain that among the rebels killed yesterday, the notorious Todd, one of the murderers of our son, was one among many who were killed." Back to Brownlee. Curtis had never forgotten Baxter Springs. David Poole took over Todd's company, and they moved on west with Price. End quote. George Todd, the one-time lieutenant and eventual usurper of Quantrill, was unceremoniously killed by a sniper's bullet outside Independence. He's the most notable guerrilla chieftain we've seen killed thus far, and probably the first of the really infamous ones to have his number called. But in a business like theirs, death was never far away, and they were about to start dropping like flies. One thing I haven't mentioned yet is Alfred Pleasanton, but he and his cavalry division are about to become important now. Remember, Price had bypassed the strongly garrisoned capital at Jefferson City during his march. Well, Pleasanton took command of that garrison, along with some other forces, and set out in pursuit of Price. This had the effect of forcing Price's army to close up and increase the pace of its march, and now Pleasanton's division came into play as the department commander, Rosecrans, was finally able to establish communication with Curtis and start to coordinate his forces. After the failure to stop Price at the Little Blue River, the next logical place to try was the Big Blue. This river runs through Kansas City itself today, but back then, Kansas City was much smaller and the Westport neighborhood was its own separate town. About 5 miles southeast of Westport was Byram's Ford, where Price would try to cross the Big Blue. The plan was to hold Price at the river while Pleasanton's division came up in his rear, and he'd be caught between two forces and crushed. The Big Blue could have formed a formidable defensive line, but the Kansas militia was still in disarray at this point, and all that was posted to defend the crossing was a brigade under the Jayhawker Charles Jennison. You can imagine that a unit which had nearly mutinied just days before would not be all that motivated to fight, and Shelby's troopers crossed the river and quickly routed them. But at the same time, Pleasanton was mauling Price's rearguard under Marmaduke. No sooner had the main body of the army crossed the river than Marmaduke was pushed back all the way to the Big Blue in the early morning hours of October 23rd. This is from Castell in his Price biography. He writes, quote, "Shortly after nightfall, Price, who established his headquarters at a farmhouse near Byram's Ford, received a message from Shelby urging that the army retreat southward immediately. At the same time, he learned from intercepted Union dispatches and other sources that strong enemy units were concentrating to the south. This information, coupled with the presence of Curtis' army at Westport and Pleasanton's onslaught, left no possibility of doubting that the Army of Missouri was in dire peril of being trapped and destroyed. Therefore, he abandoned all lingering notions of capturing Kansas City and Leavenworth and issued an order for the train to proceed southward in the morning on the state line road leading to Fort Scott. It was a wise decision, indeed the only sensible one under the circumstances. However, he should have made it at least a day sooner. Furthermore, he should have started the train in motion at once instead of waiting until morning. But, ruefully remarked a Confederate officer later, that was not Price's style." End quote. To cover the movement of the train, Price threw Shelby and Fagan's divisions against Blunt at Westport, while Marmaduke continued to hold Byram's Ford. The fighting at Westport was back and forth, with Shelby and Fagan actually gaining the upper hand after a little while, but they ran low on ammunition, and this time Blunt's regulars were properly supported by the Kansas militia, and so the Confederates had to stop their advance. Meanwhile, at Byram's Ford, Marmaduke's division held strong against multiple charges by Pleasanton until finally they broke. And when they broke, it was a complete rout. Castell writes that, quote, "For the time being, Marmaduke's division ceased to exist as a fighting organization." End quote. Well, that left Shelby and Fagan's flank and rear completely open, and right around the same time, Blunt launched a massive counterattack against their front. The pressure turned out to be too much, and they had to retreat. They ended up partially surrounded and actually had to fight their way through Pleasanton's lines to rejoin the rest of the Confederate army, but their divisions actually made it out more or less intact. This is how Castell sums up the battle. He writes, quote, "From the standpoint of numbers, Westport was the greatest battle of the Civil War in the West, with approximately 45,000 Northern and Southern troops being either directly or indirectly involved. Strategically, Price achieved his main objective of saving his train and escaping south, but tactically he took another bad licking. Persons who toured the fields about Westport after the fighting ended described it as being strewn with dead horses, saddles, blankets, rifles, cannonballs, and bodies. Many of the Confederates slain, they noted, were boys 16 or 17 years old. In all, Price probably suffered about 1,000 casualties, and the already low morale of his army was further reduced." End quote. The Battle of Westport also ended whatever little hope Price had left of accomplishing anything of significance with his raid. He was fortunate to make it out with his army mostly intact, if drastically reduced in numbers through attrition. And he was now in complete survival mode, with his only real objective being to keep his army intact and make it back to Arkansas. Pursued by Blunt, Pleasanton, and Curtis, Price retreated down the Kansas-Missouri line, a region now barren and desolated by years of raiding, guerrilla warfare, and especially General Order No. 11. They crossed into Kansas briefly between the Merdozine River and Fort Scott and did what they could to avenge the depredations committed by the Jayhawkers on the Missouri side of the line. But of course, pursued and demoralized as they were, they couldn't do nearly as thorough a job of it as Ewing had done the previous year. The rearguard fought several small skirmishes, including one at the Merdozine, but at a crossing of Mine Creek near Mound City and the modern-day town of Pleasanton, appropriately enough, they were forced to make a stand. The supply train became bogged down in the crossing and the ford was blocked, and with two of Pleasanton's brigades coming up on the rear, Fagan and Marmaduke had no other choice. They formed up, still mounted, because remember they were all cavalry, and faced down the brigades of Colonel John F. Phillips and Lieutenant Colonel Frederick W. Benteen. Because these were only leading elements of the Union pursuers, the Confederates actually held better than a 2-to-1 advantage in numbers, something like 7,000 to 2,500. But Phillips and Benteen charged anyway, and a fierce melee ensued. In something akin to a reversal of the usual bushwhacker tactics from early in the war, the Federals turned out to be much better equipped for close-quarters fighting than the Confederates. The Confederates were mostly armed with long-barreled muzzle-loaders that were almost impossible to reload while on horseback, and they were really meant to dismount before fighting. The Federals, on the other hand, were equipped like proper cavalry with carbines, revolvers, and sabers, and were therefore at a huge advantage in close-quarters melee fighting. This was one of the largest engagements between mounted cavalry in the entire war. Marmaduke himself was captured in the fighting, and it didn't take long before the Confederates broke and fled. And this is where Price's retreat became a rout. Shelby's division was desperately redeployed to cover the flight of the fugitives. Price's army continued south, constantly bleeding men through desertions and straggling. The final action of the campaign took place on October 28th at Newtonia, a sharp skirmish with Blunt which didn't do much to change the outcome of anything. 2 days later, the army crossed back into Arkansas, but things would only get worse for them from there. While Price and his army marched toward and then away from Kansas City, Anderson's men pretty much continued on as they had been for the last few months, doing little to nothing to aid Price. This is from Brownlee in Gray Ghost of the Confederacy. He writes, quote, "The sands were now running out for Bill Anderson. Through the middle of October, he moved westward through Sheridan and Carroll counties, murdering Union men and burning houses. Little Archie Clement was at his diabolical work again with his ready knife and pistols. At one place, the guerrillas forced a hapless German named Eisenhower to guide them. When they were done with his services, Archie shot him, cut his head off, and placed it in the hands of the corpse on its chest." End quote. Anderson woke up at a farmhouse near Albany, Missouri, on the morning of October 27th, so 1 month after the Centralia Massacre and 2 days after the Battle of Mine Creek. There's a little anecdote about this morning that I haven't been able to track down the original source for, but I've seen it in multiple of the books I've read, and I imagine it comes ultimately from the woman who lived in the farmhouse where he was staying. Anderson woke up and had the woman cook breakfast for him. Then he washed his hands in the wash basin and started talking to himself in the mirror while combing his hair. He said, quote, "Good morning, Captain Anderson. How are you this morning?" "Damn well, thank you." End quote. Another man who had a damn fine morning that day was Lieutenant Colonel Samuel P. Cox of the Missouri Unionist Militia. Commanding about 300 men, he was tipped off by a local woman as to the location of Anderson's campsite. He was not about to make the same mistake Johnston had made at Centralia. Instead, he would turn the tables on the guerrillas and use their own tactics against them. Castell and Goodrich write, quote, "About a mile from Albany, Cox's advanced troop met Anderson's pickets and drove them to and then through the village, which lay on the Missouri River shore below a bluff. Cox followed with his main force until, at about noon, he reached Albany, whereupon he halted and ordered most of his men to dismount. While every fourth man held horses, he led the remainder southward 400 yards to the edge of an open forest and deployed them in a heavy skirmish line astride a narrow, high-banked lane. At the same time, he sent a mounted detachment forward with instructions to locate and engage the enemy, then fall back. After that, he waited. Everything," a Union officer afterward wrote in his diary, "seemed to stand still. Not even a horse appeared to move." Suddenly, the mounted detachment came scurrying back, hotly pursued by guerrillas 200 to 300 strong. The Union line opened to let the soldiers through, then closed again. The bushwhackers, yelling like Indians, charged on. They expected another Centralia. They did not get one. Instead, at a range of less than 100 yards, they began receiving a steady, continuous aimed fire that toppled horses and caused men to reel in their saddles. They pressed on, shooting back with their revolvers until within 40 yards of their foes. There they wavered, then milled about, unable to advance, yet unwilling to retreat. All, that is, except two, charging up the lane far ahead of the rest. The one in the lead rode an iron-gray horse, its reins clenched between his teeth, and he held a blazing revolver in each hand. Every soldier in position to do so fired at both men. Bullets showered leaves and tree limbs all around them, yet on and on the two riders came, plunging through the Union line and continuing well beyond. It seemed as if they would escape unscathed. but their horses slowed and started swerving to the left. First the leader and then his companion fell from their saddles to the ground. The latter scrambled to his feet and staggered off into the brush, disappearing from sight. The following day, some Federals found his body in a field and identified it as Captain Rains, son of the Missouri Confederate General James S. Rains, whom Arthur Ingram Baker had allegedly sought to join back in the fall of 1861. The leader, though, remained where he lay, face down. Moreover, when he fell, the other bushwhackers fled in wild confusion. Cox ordered those companies armed with revolvers to remount and sent them pounding off in pursuit. They neither caught nor killed any of the fugitives, but found the roads strewn with blood for 10 miles. Several soldiers approached the body of the first bushwhacker who had burst through their line. A bullet had blown away a hunk of his skull behind the left ear, and another had penetrated his left temple. In all probability, he had died instantly and painlessly. Turning the body over, the militiamen studied it. Obviously, he was no ordinary bushwhacker. Beside him lay a wide-brimmed white hat with a long black plume. Under his close-fitting, dun-colored frock coat were a blue cloth vest and an elaborately embroidered black shirt. Each hand still clasped a revolver. Hip holsters held another two, and the handles of 2 large pistols projected from holsters attached to the saddle of his magnificent gray mare, which stood nearby, a scalp dangling from its bridle. The soldiers then went through his pockets. They found a gold and a silver watch, each with a matching chain, close to $600 in gold and paper currency, a blondish lock of woman's hair, and a striking photograph of what appeared to be the man, plus another of a woman who presumably was his wife, for with the photograph was a letter signed, "Your ever-loving and obedient wife until death, Bush Anderson, at home, Friday evening, April 20th, 1864. In it she mentioned, according to the Union officer who read it, certain articles such as a dashing woman would fancy for dress and ornament and some toys for her babe. Enclosed with the letter and photo was a small lock of fine dark chestnut brown hair. Not until they found a small Confederate flag and 2 folded sheets of paper did the soldiers know who the fallen bushwhacker was. The flag bore the inscription, "Presented to W.L. Anderson by his friend, F.M.R. Let it not be contaminated by Federal hands." The sheets of paper proved to be Price's October 11th order to Captain Anderson. The dead bushwhacker was Bloody Bill Anderson, and they had killed him. In a way, in fact in a lot of ways, this was a greater victory than the defeat of Sterling Price. Certainly it gave them much more personal satisfaction. They hated Anderson with every fiber of their being. Because of him, they had passed the whole summer and most of the fall soldiering virtually without pay, away from their families and their farms, where corn now rotted in the fields. They had seen, too, what Anderson and his men did to Unionists, soldier or civilian, when they captured them. Some of their victims had been comrades, friends, relatives, even brothers or fathers or sons. At that very moment, in fact, one of their fellow soldiers was lying paralyzed as a result of wounds suffered in the fight just fought. Now Anderson was dead. His soul, if he had one, was surely already in hell. On being informed of the dead guerrilla's identity and seeing the papers that proved it, Cox had the body loaded into a wagon, then ordered his troops to march back to Richmond. In a little over 2 days, he had done what no other Union officer had been able to accomplish during the past 5 months. Track down and kill Bill Anderson. Cox felt proud. He had every right to. By pretending to be deceived by the bushwhacker's old trick of false flight, he had enticed the ambushers into a deadly ambush. To be sure, luck had played a major role in the form of the woman's tip as to Anderson's whereabouts. But luck can be as much a part of war as skill, often more so, and outside of Albany on the afternoon of Thursday, October 27th, 1864, Bloody Bill's luck finally ran out. End quote. The wagon carrying the body made it back to Richmond, Missouri the same afternoon, and Anderson's corpse was put on display at the Ray County Courthouse. The local dentist, Dr. Robert B. Kice, happened to have a side hustle as a photographer, and he took 2 photos of the body. Both of them are reprinted in the Castell and Goodrich book. I've only been able to find one of them online, but I'll put a link to that one in the show notes, and the other one is almost the same with just a couple minor differences like the positioning of the hands and a hat resting on his left leg. You can sort of see in the photo that the ring finger on his left hand is missing, It was most likely cut off by some Union soldier after his death to get the ring. After displaying the corpse and having the photos taken, the militiamen drove to the cemetery on the outskirts of town and buried it in a decent coffin. According to a newspaper report, some more militiamen came by later that evening to spit and urinate on the grave. Castell writes in his Quantrill biography that before they buried him, the militiamen cut off Anderson's head and dragged the body through the streets of Richmond. Now, Castell is also a co-author of the Bloody Bill biography I have, and it seems odd to me that he doesn't mention it there, but it wouldn't surprise me if that did happen. At the age of 24 or 25, Bill Anderson died as he'd lived, violently in a blaze of gunfire with a smoking pistol in each hand. Among the other items found on his body was the silken cord he tied knots in to count his confirmed kills. It had 53 knots in it when he died. Of all the bushwhackers in Missouri during the Civil War, Anderson was perhaps the one who most embodied the spirit of the guerrilla war. The brutality, the savagery, the nihilism. And just like Quantrill, maybe even more so than Quantrill, he was and remains to this day a folk hero to Missouri Confederates. I've even gotten a couple comments on stuff I posted about this series saying things like, Bill Anderson was a hero and Centralia was God's work. Generally speaking, I think that when people say things like that, they most likely just don't know the gory details of the thing. They know that a bunch of Yankees were killed and that's a good thing because they were the enemy. In much the same way that I think most people who sing John Brown's praises have never heard of the Potawatomi Massacre, or if they have, they think the victims were slave owners, or that they'd personally antagonized Brown in some way, and that made it okay. Now, I don't know if I've said this explicitly or not in this series, but it shouldn't be too hard to figure out that I'm something of a Confederate sympathizer myself. But as much as I sympathize with the Confederacy, with Missouri bushwhackers in general, and even with Bill Quantrill in particular, I have a really hard time feeling the same way about Bill Anderson and the men who rode with him, for whatever my opinion is worth. Like I've said repeatedly, I absolutely sympathize with the circumstances he found himself in. He didn't ask to be born into a region that would erupt into savagery during his early adulthood. As far as I can tell, he played no hand in bringing about that eruption himself. But like I pointed out all the way back at the beginning of this episode with the killing of Ingram Baker, Anderson was a guy who took things to the extreme. He didn't resist the descent into madness, he embraced it. He didn't restrain his men, he encouraged them to become savage like himself. You have to assume that out of all the guerrillas in the war, there were at least a few who would have become killers, bandits, and criminals with or without the war. For my money, Anderson was about as likely to have been one of those as anybody could have been. If anything, the war might have done him a favor as far as his enduring image goes. It gave him a cause to attach himself to and elevate his violent nature to something noble in the eyes of the people who fought for and sympathized with that cause, even though, by all accounts, he probably cared little to nothing for the cause himself. Without the war, maybe he just becomes another run-of-the-mill, no-name killer, or maybe an infamous one that pretty much everybody universally agrees was evil, like a Jeffrey Dahmer or something. He was the kind of man who was very likely going to go looking for a fight if he didn't already have one. I said I think that people who valorize Bloody Bill today probably just don't know the gory details of what he did and what he was like, and I stand by that. I think that's generally true. But I could be wrong, and I actually wouldn't be one bit surprised to find lots of exceptions to that. People who have already read all these accounts and all their gory detail and say, yeah, that guy was our hero and I wish he'd killed more Yankees. Hold that thought and we'll talk more about bushwhacker legend making, but for now, I like the way Castell and Goodrich sum him up in the closing of their book. They write, quote, "What he was is revealed both by what he did while alive and the gruesomely fascinating photographs Kice took of him dead. They convey the essential and therefore the most terrible truth of all about Bloody Bill, a truth that should not be ignored, for it applies to the present and the future as well as the past. Anderson was not unique. On the contrary, in war and peace, in all times and places, there are beings like him, or who become like him when given the stimulus and the opportunity. Savage. In this sense, his spirit still lives, and will do so until the end of time. End quote. Price's raid was the last militarily significant event of the war in Missouri. He continued his retreat from Newtonia to Cane Hill, Arkansas, still pursued by Curtis. On November 4th, he crossed the border into the Indian Territory, and by the 7th, he'd crossed the Arkansas River, and Curtis finally broke off the pursuit. But by this time, the retreat was basically a miniature version of Napoleon's retreat from Moscow in 1812. Funnily enough, Jay Monahan, in his book Civil War on the Western Border, has a chapter titled Retreat from Moscow. John N. Edwards, adjutant to Shelby, wrote, quote, "After crossing the Arkansas, the worst stage of misery came upon the army, and the sufferings were intense. Horses died by thousands. The few wagons were abandoned almost without exception. The sick had no medicines, and the healthy no food. The army had no organization, and the subordinate officers no hope. Bitter freezing weather added terrors to the rout and weakness to the emaciated, staggering column. Smallpox came at last as the natural consequence, and hundreds fell out by the wayside to perish without help and be devoured by coyotes without a burial." End quote. With nothing to eat, the men had to subsist on whatever wild game they could kill, and some of them fell to eating horses and mules for lack of anything else. Castell writes, quote, "There can be no doubt that the march through the Indian Territory was the crowning horror of the expedition, and, as was to be expected, the soldiers blamed their miserable plight on their commander. 'Goddamn Price' was frequently heard." End quote. Price, for his part, would have you believe that the raid was a smashing success. Despite the fact that he'd accomplished none of what he'd hoped to, there had been no widespread popular uprising, the Order of American Knights had provided basically nothing on that front, and the bushwhackers had been marginally useful at best. He'd made no serious attempt to take St. Louis, and hadn't been able to even temporarily occupy Jefferson City. Besides all that, he barely even had an army left. He was down to less than a third of his original force, the rest either having been killed or captured during the raid, fallen out during the retreat, or just deserted and went back home. And yet, compare that result to what Price wrote in his official report on the raid. Quote, "I marched 1,434 miles, fought 43 battles and skirmishes, captured and paroled over 3,000 federal officers and men, captured 18 pieces of artillery, 3,000 stand of small arms, 16 stand of colors, at least 3,000 overcoats, large quantities of blankets, shoes, and ready-made clothing for soldiers, a great many wagons and teams, large numbers of horses, great quantities of subsistence and ordnance stores. I destroyed miles upon miles of railroad, burning the depots and bridges, and taking this into calculation, I do not think I go beyond the truth when I state that I destroyed in the late expedition to Missouri property to the amount of $10 million in value. On the other hand, I lost 10 pieces of artillery, 2 stand of colors, 1,000 small arms, while I do not think I lost 1,000 prisoners, including the wounded left in their hands, and others then recruits on their way to join me, some of whom may have been captured by the enemy. I brought with me at least 5,000 new recruits, and they are still arriving in large numbers daily within our lines, who bring the cheering intelligence that there are more on their way to join the army. After I passed the German settlements in Missouri, my march was an ovation. The people thronged around us and welcomed us with open hearts and hands. Recruits flocked to our flag in such numbers as to threaten to become a burden instead of a benefit, as they were mostly unarmed. In some counties, the question was not who should go to the army, but who should stay at home. I am satisfied that could I have remained in Missouri this winter, the army would have been increased to 50,000 men." End quote. And this report is absurd almost to the point of delusion. There was nothing about this raid that you could realistically call a success. Meanwhile, in central Missouri, bushwhacking continued almost unabated for some time after Bill Anderson's death. Archie Clements took over leadership of part of his old gang, and little brother Jim Anderson took over another part. I haven't mentioned Jim since the Ingram Baker killing at the beginning, but he'd been riding alongside Bill every step of the way. Just like in past years, guerrilla activity finally died down again in mid-November when the bushwhackers went south for the winter. Except this time, some of them would never come back to Missouri. Right around the time they started going south for the winter, some 60,000 Federals were going south too. Or actually southeast, out of Atlanta, with General Sherman. Over the next month, they marched unopposed to Savannah, devastating everything in their path in a drastically scaled-up version of Lane's 1861 jayhawking expedition. While that was going on, John Bell Hood was marching into Tennessee at the head of some 45,000 Confederates in a last-ditch effort to do something. But this campaign ended in disaster after the battles of Franklin on November 30th and Nashville on December 15th and 16th. Much like Price's Army of Missouri, Hood's Army of Tennessee fell apart during its retreat, and Confederate resistance in the Western Theater was effectively ended. Then on New Year's Day, 1865, Sherman left Savannah and marched north. While his march through the Carolinas is less famous than the march to the sea through Georgia, it was far more destructive. Sherman himself even said later that the march to the sea was child's play by comparison. The coming of spring brought a renewed Union offensive around Richmond and Petersburg. Lee's defenses started crumbling, and he decided to abandon the capital. His exhausted and starving army moved west, trying to break out of the tightening ring of Federals threatening to encircle him, but they didn't make it. They were cut off and cornered at Appomattox Courthouse, and Lee surrendered to Grant on April 9th. Just 5 days later, on April 14th, Lincoln was assassinated in D.C., and about 2 weeks after that, on April 26th, Johnston surrendered to Sherman in North Carolina. That set off a series of piecemeal surrenders of Confederate officers spreading generally east to west, which continued with Nathan Bedford Forrest in Alabama, then the officers of the Trans-Mississippi Theater. Bill Quantrill foresaw the collapse of Confederate resistance in Missouri. With the failure of Price's raid, he figured that bushwhacking was all played out in the state, and that he now had to look to his own future. His idea was to leave Missouri and continue his raiding in Kentucky, another border state which had a significant pro-Confederate segment of its population and had also seen significant guerrilla conflict throughout the war. There's no way to really know this for sure, but it seems likely that one of the main factors in this decision was the fact that if Quantrill was eventually forced to surrender, which seemed likely, he'd have a much better shot at being treated as a prisoner of war in Kentucky than in Missouri, where he was infamous among Federals as the Sacker of Lawrence. He wasted no time once he heard about the deaths of Todd and Anderson. By November, he was back in the Snai, putting out the word that he intended to go to Kentucky, and inviting along any other bushwhackers who wanted to join him. 30 or so guerrillas joined him, including John McCorkle, Jim Younger, and the James brothers. In December, Quantrill set out, and on December 15th, while Hood's army was being destroyed at Nashville, he made his last raid in Missouri, at Tuscumbia on the Osage River. With all his men dressed in Federal uniforms, Quantrill rode right up to a sentry, identified himself as Captain Clark of the 4th Missouri Cavalry, which didn't exist, and asked to speak to the garrison commander. The request was granted. He spoke to the commander and learned all he could about Union troop dispositions in the area, then promptly whipped out a pistol and forced the commander to surrender the garrison. The bushwhackers disarmed the garrison, dumped their weapons into the river, and then, in stark contrast to what Anderson likely would have done, went on their way and left him in peace. They rode out of Missouri through the northeast corner of Arkansas, crossed the Mississippi River 15 miles north of Memphis on New Year's Day, 1865, then continued through Tennessee, with Quantrill continuing to use his disguise as Captain Clark of the 4th Missouri Cavalry. Then Castell writes, quote, "About the middle of January, the bushwhackers crossed into Kentucky near the little town of Canton. Old Charlie had developed a loose shoe, so Quantrill went to the local blacksmith shop to have it tightened. But when Quantrill attempted to raise the horse's hoof, it jerked away and in some manner severed a tendon just below the hock joint. The accident completely ruined old Charlie, and there was nothing to do except destroy him. Quantrill was badly shaken by the loss of his magnificent steed, to whom he was as devoted as it was to him. He had ridden Old Charlie through most of the war. The horse had saved his life on numerous occasions, and he had gained his greatest successes after acquiring him at Independence. He felt, therefore, that now that Old Charlie was gone, so was his luck. "My career is run," he murmured gloomily to his men, and began talking of surrendering. 2 days later, Quantrill suffered another deep personal loss. The bushwhackers had encountered a small force of Union cavalry and had promptly given chase. However, all the Federals had gotten away except 6, who were holed up in a house. John McCorkle and Jim Little crawled along behind the fence, hoping to slip up on the house. Just as they reached a corner of the fence, the Federals spotted them and fired. One of the bullets hit the luckless Little, who cried, "John, I am shot! My leg is shattered!" McCorkle and 3 other guerrillas placed Little on a blanket and carried him off under the fire of the soldiers. A bullet tore the heel off of one of McCorkle's boots. Then, mad and desperate, McCorkle started back toward the house to avenge Little. But Quantrill yelled, "John, you damned fool, come back from there," and stopped him from going ahead with his suicidal venture. Quantrill then ordered the house set on fire. Immediately, the soldiers offered to surrender if they would be treated as prisoners of war. Quantrill promised not to harm them, and they came out with their hands up. Since Little was too badly wounded to ride or be moved, the bushwhackers left him at the house with the Federals, who said they would take good care of him. However, he soon died of his wound, as the guerrillas learned later. Thus, in a space of 2 days, Quantrill lost his favorite horse and closest friend. From the very beginning, the Kentucky expedition was proving ill-starred. End quote. Even so, the bushwhackers continued across Kentucky, and for a few weeks it looked like they might make a real go of it again. They stole some horses, robbed some stores, and killed a few Federals along the way. Then in late January, Captain J.H. Bridgewater of the Kentucky militia picked up their trail. His company ambushed 12 of Quantrill's men in a farmhouse near Harrodsburg, killing 3 of the 12, plus 1 more who came over from a nearby group to see who was shooting. All 9 remaining men were captured, including Jim Younger. 8 of those would later escape from a Louisville jail in April, but for the moment, this was a big setback for Quantrill since he just lost a third of his men. He suffered another setback less than a week later when Bridgewater caught up to him again, ambushing him at night when the men were sleeping, killed 4 men and captured 4 more, and forced the rest to flee into the woods without boots or horses. For a while after that, the guerrillas laid low, finding Confederate sympathizing locals to shelter them. Castell writes, quote, "Part of the time, Quantrill stayed at the home of a man named Jim Dawson. He became friendly with Dawson's daughter, Nanny, and at her request wrote a poem for her photograph album." Quoting the poem now. "My horse is at the door, and the enemy I soon may see. But before I go, Miss Nanny, here's a double health to thee. Here's a sigh to those who love me, and a smile to those who hate, and whatever skies above me, here's a heart for every fate. Though the cannons roar around me, yet it still shall bear me on. Though dark clouds are above me, it hath springs which may be won. In this verse, as with the wine, the libation I would pour, should be peace with thine and mine, and a health to thee and all indoor." February 26th, 1865. Very respectfully, your friend, W.C.Q. Castell continues. Quantrill adapted the verse from Byron, and he had used it before with Anna Walker. But Nanny did not know this, and it was this sort of thing which was well calculated to impress a young lady in 1865. We can be fairly certain that Quantrill cut a romantic and dashing figure in the eyes of Miss Dawson and other bluegrass belles. She kept the poem until 1892, when she turned it over to Quantrill's mother, who was traveling through Kentucky in quest of information about her son. Aside from the report to Price on Baxter Springs, it is the only known piece of writing by Quantrill during the Civil War. In a way, it was rather appropriate. End quote. March and April passed in much the same way as January and February, with Quantrill and his men operating out of Spencer County, engaging in petty raids and robberies, depending on local Confederate sympathizers for aid and support, just as they had in Missouri. By April, they'd become notorious enough to catch the eye of Major General John M. Palmer, federal commander of the Department of Kentucky, who commissioned Captain Edwin Terrell to put an end to the gang. Terrell was actually a former Confederate, now leading a band of Kentucky militia who operated as guerrillas. and Palmer meant for them to fight fire with fire. Terrell caught up with Quantrill for the first time on April 13th, 4 days after Lee's surrender and the day before Lincoln's assassination, killing 2 of the bushwhackers in a short skirmish. He spent the rest of April and the beginning of May on their trail. Then on May 10th, he caught up with them again at the farm of a Confederate sympathizer named James H. Wakefield near Bloomfield, Kentucky. In an encounter eerily reminiscent of the Tate House fight from all the way back in the spring of 1862, Terrell's company took the bushwhackers completely by surprise. This time, though, the guerrillas didn't have much fight left in them. The ones able to mount their horses scattered in all directions, but Quantrill's horse became unmanageable in the chaos and he was unable to mount. 2 of his men, Dick Glassick and Clark Hawkinsmith, tried to cover him with their revolvers while he hopped onto one of their horses, but Glassick's horse was hit by a bullet. Then, while running alongside Hawkinsmith's horse trying to hop up behind him, Quantrill took 1 bullet square in the spine. Another chance bullet took off his right-hand trigger finger, and he fell face down on the ground, paralyzed. Glassick and Hawkinsmith were both killed in their attempt to rescue their chief. Castell continues the story. Quote, Terrell walked over to where Quantrill lay. He asked the wounded man who he was. Quantrill replied, automatically perhaps, that he was Captain Clark of the 4th Missouri Cavalry. He then asked Terrell to let him remain at Wakefield's. Terrell at first refused, but noting that Quantrill was paralyzed and could not escape, finally consented. However, he warned Wakefield that he would be held accountable if Clark was not there when his company returned. Quantrill thereupon gave Wakefield his word that he would not let his men take him away. Terrell then departed. Although he perhaps did not realize it yet, he had accomplished with 30 men in 1 month what 10,000 Union troops in Missouri and Kansas had failed to do in 4 years. Captured the dread William Clark Quantrill. Wakefield sent for a local doctor to look after Quantrill's back wound. After examining it, the doctor shook his head sadly and said that it was fatal. That night, some of the bushwhackers returned to the Wakefield farm. They wanted to carry Quantrill to a place where he would be safe and his wounds tended. Quantrill, however, refused to let them move him. He had given Wakefield his word, he said, and if they took him away, Wakefield's property would be burned. Besides, he was going to die anyway, and he did not care to be dragged around in the brush. Terrell had promised to let him remain at Wakefield's, and that was what he wanted to do. Southern sympathizers in the neighborhood came to see Quantrill, whose true identity was known to them, when they learned he was lying wounded at Wakefield's. 2 girls brought him a beautiful bouquet, to which was attached a card bearing the inscription, "Compliments of Miss Maggie Frederick and Sally Lovell to Mr. Quantrill." He talked with his visitors about his past exploits in Kansas and Missouri. The northern accounts of the Lawrence raid, he asserted, were substantially correct except for one thing. Had he captured Jim Lane, he would have taken him to Jackson County and, instead of hanging him, burned him at the stake. During the second night at Wakefield, some more guerrillas visited Quantrill for the purpose of carrying him away, but again he refused to be moved. On the morning of May 12th, Terrell returned. He had learned Captain Clark's true name, and hence ignored his promise to let him remain at Wakefield's. His men placed Quantrill in a farm wagon, stuck some pillows and straw under him, and then headed for Louisville. Before leaving, Quantrill thanked Wakefield for his help and told him that he would write him from Louisville concerning some money that he wished his mother and sister in Ohio to have. Wakefield, however, never heard from him. The fact that Quantrill referred to his sister at this time indicates that he did not know that she had died in 1863. Terrell stopped for the night at Jeffersontown, where they had a couple of physicians treat Quantrill's wounds. One of them, a Dr. Marshall, had lived formerly in Shelby County and had tended Quantrill on a previous occasion. Quantrill recognized him and asked if he were not the same doctor. Marshall answered, "I am the man. I have moved here." "So have I," responded Quantrill with grim humor. The next day, Terrell took Quantrill on to Louisville, where the federal authorities placed him in the military prison hospital. End quote. In a strange twist of events, Terrell would die before Quantrill did. He was killed near the end of May during a raid on Shelbyville. Quantrill, meanwhile, lingered on for almost a month in the Louisville prison hospital. One of several visitors he had during that time was a Catholic priest. and he made a full confession and was baptized before he passed. The circumstances of his death seem oddly providential. He wasn't killed instantly or near instantly like Todd and Anderson. Instead, he was given plenty of time to know exactly what was happening to him and that his time had come, and possibly to repent of his wrongdoings in life. Make of that what you will, and what that meant for his soul ultimately only God can say, but around 4 p.m. on June 6, 1865, he died, and was buried in the Louisville Catholic Cemetery. He was 27 years old, ancient by bushwhacker standards, but still a young man by anyone else's. News of Quantrill's death passed oddly without fanfare back in Kansas. You'd think there would be rejoicing in the streets of the now rebuilt Lawrence, but it seems Kansans were ready to let that memory die with Quantrill to what extent they could. Part of that, doubtless, was due to the fact that not a few false rumors of Quantrill's death had reached Kansas over the last 2 years, and they might have heard the cry of wolf one too many times to take the real report seriously. And besides, the war was over. Kansas had recovered spectacularly from the drought of 1860 and the depredations of the war, and looked forward to a prosperous future as the jumping-off point for the fulfillment of manifest destiny, with more people, new railroads planned, and all the possibilities they brought. So why dredge up painful memories? The war wasn't quite over, though, depending on how exactly you define over. About 2.5 weeks after Quantrill's death, on June 23rd, Stand Watie became the last Confederate general to surrender, at Dokesville in the Choctaw Nation. Dokesville is a ghost town today, in Choctaw County, Oklahoma, near Fort Towson, way down south almost to the Red River. But even after that, there were still holdouts. The commerce raider CSS Shenandoah was famously the only Confederate warship to circumnavigate the globe. She fired what's commonly accepted as the last shot of the Civil War on June 22, 1865, a shot across the bow of a Federal whaler in the Bering Sea, somewhere near the Aleutian Islands. She stayed at sea until November 6th, when she finally surrendered at Liverpool, England. Even on land, there were still holdouts after Watie. In the closing months of the war, Governor Reynolds publicly broke with Sterling Price over what he saw as his bungling of a promising expedition into Missouri. Reynolds was probably overly optimistic about what could have been accomplished and placed too much of the blame for its failure on Price personally, but as it turned out, they ended up in an actually pretty vicious but mostly one-sided feud that Reynolds held on to long after Price's death. Price, Kirby Smith, Joe Shelby, and several other high-ranking Trans-Mississippi Confederates, along with a few hundred veterans of Shelby's Iron Brigade, never officially surrendered. Instead, they went to Mexico, offered their services to the Emperor Maximilian I, and established an ultimately unsuccessful colony called Carlota. At least one notable bushwhacker, John Thrailkill, went with them. When Maximilian's regime crumbled and the colony failed, the ex-Confederates scattered, some of them going to Brazil or Cuba, but Price came back home to Missouri in January 1867, where he lived as a still unrepentant rebel. When told he'd likely be able to obtain a full presidential pardon if he asked for one, he said, quote, "I have done nothing that I am dissatisfied with, nothing I would not do again under similar circumstances. Thus I have no pardon to ask." End quote. It's possible he might have reconsidered that eventually, but he never got the time, because he died of illness in St. Louis on September 29, 1867. Reynolds committed suicide in 1887 by throwing himself down an elevator shaft, also in St. Louis. One more man who bears mentioning here as we wrap up this episode is Jim Lane. He defeated his political opponents in Kansas in 1864 largely through their bungling of the response to Price's raid, and won himself re-election to the Senate. His popularity and success continued through the end of the war, but took a turn for the worse when his friend and political patron Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. He tried to establish a similar relationship with Lincoln's successor, Andrew Johnson, but this relationship never really benefited him like the one with Lincoln did. As Johnson butted heads with Congress over Reconstruction policy, Lane supported the president, a move which hurt his popularity in both the state and federal governments. Besides that, as was usual for him, he was embroiled in a bunch of corruption and scandal, the specifics of which don't particularly matter. But by the summer of 1866, the combined pressure of all these things was getting to him. Never a particularly even-keeled guy, even at the best of times, Lane finally cracked. As the pressure built, Lane decided to take a vacation from Washington and travel back home to Kansas. Robert Collins picks up the story from there in his biography, Jim Lane, Scoundrel Statesman Kansan. He writes, quote, "The pressure of the battle between Johnson and Congress was getting to Lane. Noted William Cutler, he was debilitated in physical health and in the depths of despondency. His mental condition rapidly grew worse, and on his arrival at St. Louis, it was deemed imprudent to continue the journey further, as his delirium was such as presaged the worst form of insanity. The Daily Tribune of Lawrence reprinted an account from the St. Louis Democrat of Lane's state of mind in that city. The St. Louis paper spoke to a doctor who met with Lane. The doctor said that Lane had complained to him of feeling dizzy, of being unable to sleep, and of having sinking sensations. The doctor tried treating Lane's symptoms, but Lane got worse, so the doctor urged him to return to his home. Lane got as far as Leavenworth. Near Leavenworth, Lane was taken to a farm run by his brother-in-law. On Friday, June 29th, John Spear went to see how his old friend was doing. Spear wrote 3 decades later that when he saw Lane, he joked that he had heard that Lane was dangerously ill, but that he could see he was worth a dozen dead men yet. "The pitcher is broken at the fountain," Lane replied. "My life is ended. I want you to do my memory justice. I ask nothing more." Spear tried to encourage his friend, but since there seemed nothing he could do, he returned to Lawrence. 2 days later, at the house he was staying at, Lane noticed a revolver on the mantel. On Sunday, July 1st, 1866, his hosts were to take a carriage ride and Lane was to join them. Just before stepping into the carriage, Lane told them that he had forgotten his handkerchief. He went back inside, snatched the gun, and hid it when he boarded the carriage. He went along with them, and when they returned home, he suddenly jumped out of the carriage. He said, in a loud and cheerful voice, "Goodbye, gentlemen." He put the barrel of the pistol in his mouth and pulled the trigger. Lane's prospects at first appeared dire. He had shot himself in the evening and immediately became unconscious. The Conservative reported 2 days later that around noon the following day he recovered slightly, but there was no improvement during the afternoon, and at 11 p.m. on July 2nd it was thought that Lane would not last longer than 24 hours. Surprisingly, the next day there was a report of further slight improvement in Lane's condition. On July 5th, the Topeka Leader reported that while the probabilities are against his recovery, there was a chance that he may yet live. While the next day an erroneous report circulated that Lane had died, a brief item in the Daily Tribune on July 7th stated that Lane was still improving. He had even been able to sit up for a short time the day before. On July 10th, the Conservative reported that although Lane's friends were quite confident of his recovery, the doctors attending him hardly dare hope for such a favorable result. That day his condition took a turn for the worse, and at 5 minutes before noon on July 11th, 1866, Jim Lane's life came to an end. Because of the July heat, Lane had to be buried in Lawrence on July 13th, 2 days before his funeral. End quote. Suicidal tendencies were not unknown to Lane. Remember that he famously threatened suicide to Sam Walker just before his ride from Nebraska City to Lawrence in 1856. His friend John Spear said that during the Lawrence raid, Lane showed him a small penknife and said that if capture seemed imminent, he would shove that knife up into his own brain rather than be taken alive by Quantrill's men and probably tortured to death. In the end, he actually did it. And a friend of Charles Robinson, Samuel Smith, thought he knew why. In a letter to Robinson that fall, a few months after Lane's death, Smith wrote in a letter to Robinson, quote, "His suicide was his own verdict on his life and actions." End quote. Biased against Lane though Smith may have been, I have a hard time disagreeing with that. Out of all the men involved in the border war, there might not have been any one single man who did more than Lane to instigate both the Bleeding Kansas conflict and the Missouri Guerrilla War. It's almost impossible to say for sure, but Lane is definitely in that conversation. Just before he surrendered at Appomattox, General Lee famously refused to order his army to scatter into the brush and fight as guerrillas. In Volume 3 of his Civil War trilogy, Shelby Foote writes, quote, General Edward P. Alexander proposed that the troops take to the woods, individually and in small groups, under orders to report to the governors of their respective states. That way, he believed, 2/3 of the army would avoid capture by the Yankees. We would be like rabbits or partridges in the bushes, and they could not scatter to follow us. Lee heard the young brigadier out, then replied in measured tones to his plan. Quoting Lee now, We must consider its effect on the country as a whole. Already it is demoralized by the 4 years of war. If I took your advice, the men would be without rations and under no control of officers. They would be compelled to rob and steal in order to live. They would become mere bands of marauders, and the enemy's cavalry would pursue them and overrun many sections they may never have occasion to visit. We would bring on a state of affairs that would take the country years to recover from. And as for myself, you young fellows might go bushwhacking, but the only dignified course for me would be to go to General Grant and surrender myself and take the consequences of my acts. Back to Foote. Alexander was silenced, then and down the years. I had not a single word to say in reply, he wrote long afterwards. He had answered my suggestion from a plane so far above it that I was ashamed of having made it. End quote. Lee, and many others in the Confederate High Command besides, never approved of bushwhackers like Quantrill, Anderson, and Todd. In their opinion, the bushwhackers fought a war without honor, a war which degraded and debased the men who fought it. After looking at Bill Anderson and Centralia, that's hard to argue with. But on the other hand, Brownlee writes in Gray Ghosts of the Confederacy, quote, William Anderson's frightful military record during the Civil War on the border can only speak for itself. When he died, the Confederacy lost an insanely effective warrior, a man who was never accused of cowardice in the face of an enemy. All things considered, perhaps he understood in his rage-filled mind far better than others placed high in the embattled South the necessary cruel and remorseless ingredients required for a successful rebellion. End quote. Maybe the sense of honor that stopped Lee from ordering guerrilla warfare hurt the Confederacy's chances. It was the weaker fighter from the beginning, and you might be tempted to think that as the weaker fighter, you might have to be willing to fight a little dirty if you want to win. You know, maybe throw some low blows or some eye gouges when the referee's not looking. That's what the Viet Cong did. It's what the Mujahideen did. It's what the Spanish did against Napoleon. But at some point you have to ask yourself, how much is winning worth to you? Is it worth that? Because you're not just sacrificing your own honor if you go down that road. You're also inviting the total destruction of your own homeland and unleashing untold horrors on your own population, above and beyond conventional warfare, which can already be horrific. And the Confederacy was in a situation where losing the war didn't necessarily mean the end of their civilization, right? Maybe if you're some tribe going up against the Bronze Age Assyrians or something, and the choices are either guerrilla war or get conquered and have your tribe completely wiped out to the last man, woman, and child, well, then maybe guerrilla war is worth it because at least then you might have a chance. But the South wasn't in that situation. For them, large-scale guerrilla warfare might have ended up being far worse than what they actually got. Castell and Goodrich write in their Bloody Bill biography, quote, Nowhere during the Civil War did people suffer such terror and tribulation as those unfortunate enough to reside in the guerrilla-infested regions of Missouri. Compared to what they experienced, the civilians who were in the path of Sherman's famed march to the sea through Georgia got off lightly. End quote. Imagine what we've seen in Kansas and Missouri, but scaled up to cover the entire occupied South. Imagine hundreds or even thousands more Centralias and Lawrences and Osceolas. Imagine millions more of these small-scale instances of killing, reprisal, and counter-reprisal. Lee thought about that and said, no, it's not worth it. Even if we win, we'll destroy ourselves doing it. And I have a hard time arguing with that. Now, we've reached the end of the war, but this is part 10. And I've already told you that there's going to be a part 11, so you may be wondering, where are we going to go next? Well, believe it or not, there's plenty more to talk about with Civil War Missouri. Because the war wasn't over. Not for everybody. Most of the bushwhackers would go on to rebuild their civilian lives as best they could. Some, like Bill Gregg and John McCorkle, whose memoirs I've read from in this series, would go on to be prominent and upstanding citizens in their communities after the war. But a few, for a variety of reasons, could never let go of their violent past. And understandably so. I mean, remember how young most of these guys were, in their late teens and early 20s. They'd spent their coming of age in a world of hopeless violence and bloodshed, and barely knew anything else. Some would take years or even decades to let go of it. And for some, the war would never really end until they were dead too.
Oh, I'm a good old rebel now, that's just what I am. For this fair land of freedom, I do not care a damn. I'm glad I fit against it, I only wish we'd won. And I don't want no pardon for anything I done. I hates the Constitution, this great republic too. I hates the Freedman's Bureau in uniforms of blue. I hates the nasty eagle with all his brags and fuss. The lying, thieving Yankees, I hates them worse and worse. I hates the Yankee nation and everything they do. I hates the Declaration of Independence too. I hates the glorious Union, 'tis dripping with our blood. I hates their striped banner, I fitted all I could. I followed old Mars Robert for 4 years near about. Got wounded in 3 places and starved at Pint Lookout. I cotched the rheumatism camping in the snow, but I killed a chance of Yankees, I'd like to kill some more. $300,000 Yankees is stiff in southern dust. We got 300,000 before they conquered us. They died of southern fever and southern steel and shot. I wish they was 3 million instead of what we got. I can't take up my musket and fight 'em now no more. But I ain't gonna love 'em now, that is certain sure. And I don't want no part I don't care a damn.
Well, I wanna be in the cavalry if they send me off to war. Well, I want a good steed under me like my forefathers before. Courageous at first, we took their worst. Our positions we held stout. We clung to belief and we hung on the speech from our trusted leaders' mouths. Overwhelming odds and a hopeless cause, and our cities overrun. There were them that said we was badly led, and God, were we outgunned. Well, I lost count of the worthy mounts that from under me were cut. My favorite mare with her head in the air took the cannon in her gut. In the first 2 weeks on that bloody creek, my brother lost his arm. It's only 60 days till all we prayed was to get us home unharmed. But oh, for the day that we signed our names in the well that we were wished. The men's congrats and the pats on the backs and the ladies that we kissed. The band that played and the grand parade and the patriotic shouts. They faded fast, didn't even last till the uniforms wore out. And there were none to replace nor to help us face the winter's cold and bleak. The chill to the bone, the pneumonia prone, and froze our bootless feet. Then the typhoid hit with its fevered fits, TB and dysentery, that proved in the end to have killed more men than the vilest enemy. We were finally forced to feed on horse and carcass we could scrounge. When the wagon stopped and we'd burnt their crops to tarred and barren ground. With morale in doubt and our pride run out, no honor did I see. All I seen were 1,000 dreams piled dead in front of me. Well, I wanna be in the cavalry if they send me off to war. Well, I wanna be in the cavalry, but I won't ride home no more.
On the next episode of American Guerrillas, we look at the post-war situations of Kansas and Missouri. We'll look a little bit at Reconstruction and how the nation began the long, slow road to recovery from the greatest cataclysm in its history. And we'll especially look at how those things affected the guerrilla war veterans. Archie Clements, Jim Anderson, Frank and Jesse James, Cole and Jim Younger, and a host of others. If you enjoy this show, please consider supporting me on Substack. Check the link in the show notes. You can do that for $5 a month or $50 a year. There's some bonus material there for paid subscribers, so check that out. You can also support by donating through PayPal or Venmo if you'd rather not sign up for a subscription. Links for all of that are in the show notes. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this before, but if you're not in a position to make a donation or you just don't want to, Another way you can support this show is to leave a review on whatever podcast app you're using to listen to it. I assume that helps with whatever voodoo magic the algorithm does and helps it get shown to more people. The reason I thought of this now is that I got a review on Apple Podcasts, and I thought I'd read it for you real quick. It's a 5-star review from Joey Todd 13. The subject line says, "Really in-depth and well-told." And the review says, quote, "Jason weaves together an amazing telling of Bleeding Kansas as the prelude to the Civil War. He does a great job discussing the historical and even the theological context of the border war." End quote. Nice review, so thank you for that, Joey Todd 13. I appreciate it. I also want to thank everybody who's donated or subscribed already. I'm a one-man show, and this series really is a lot of work to put together. Enjoyable and rewarding for me on its own, but still a lot of work, and I really appreciate that a few people out there find it worth a few bucks a month. It's very motivating. So thanks again for listening, and I'll see you in the next one, that the deeds of men shall not go unsung.